Will come to order. Good afternoon. Department of Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas has testified before Congress that, quote, the border is secure, unquote. The facts tell us a very different story. In December, we reached the highest number of migrant encounters ever recorded in American history. This number alone represents an abject failure of this administration. The far-reaching consequences of the crisis they created are even more startling. I want to remind the committee about what this crisis at the southern border actually means. It means countless young American futures stolen by the poison of fentanyl. It means terrified young children abandoned by smugglers in the dark. It means criminals, traffickers, and cartels becoming enriched. It means bad actors on our terror watch list looking to exploit gaps to get into the country. It means support systems are overwhelmed in communities from coast to coast. It means school children losing access to their schools to house migrants. It means an overstretched border patrol is unable to successfully carry out its mission. It means a public health crisis and the tragic deaths of countless people as they enter our country, drawn by the knowledge that the border is open and the United States government will not stop them. These aren't partisan opinions or exaggerated scenarios. These are everyday realities, the new normal under the Biden administration. The consequences of this crisis have been stark and sobering, and there's hardly a community anywhere in this country that's not felt the impact. But this is, again, a crisis of choice. Those choices were made by those in power, and today the House of Representatives is stepping up and saying no more. Today we will take action against one of the principal architects of this crisis as we advance a resolution impeaching the Secretary of Homeland Security for his willful and systematic refusal to comply with the law and his breach of the public trust. The resolution before us is about accountability. The Committee on Homeland Security has conducted a thorough investigation and evaluation of the evidence. We'll hear more from our witnesses today about the results of that investigation. But the evidence supporting these charges should be apparent and obvious to everyone in this room. I take no pleasure in our actions today, but Secretary Mayorkas' actions, both in his intentional refusal to enforce our laws and abandoning the confidence of Americans, require us to act. Secretary Mayorkas has refused to uphold his oath of office. If he will not do so, his duty, then unfortunately the House must do its constitutional duty. Today's hearing also covers H.R. 485, the Protecting Health Care for All Patients Act. This measure will ban federal health care programs from using quality-adjusted life years, or QALY, as so-called cost of effectiveness measurement used by the health care payers as a means to determine the value and necessity in paying for a treatment or a prescription drug. The measurements used to discriminate against people with disabilities and chronic illness. For example, people with cystic fibrosis or Down syndrome could have treatment access limited. The standard's unconscionable. All lives are valuable and life should be cherished. Medicare is already prohibited from using QALY and H.R. 485 brings other federal health care programs like Medicare, CHIP, and the Federal Employee Health Benefits Program in line with the same prohibition. This will ensure that no federal health care program discriminates on the basis of health care outcomes and will ensure that medical decisions are made by patients and their doctors as they should be. The Medicare prohibition was established as part of the Affordable Care Act, which was passed into law with only Democratic support. I hope the Democrats will provide similar support for H.R. 485 today. I'll now yield to our ranking member, my good friend Mr. McGovern, for any remarks he wishes to make.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we have two measures before us today. The first is a bill that weakens policies Democrats enacted through the Affordable Care Act and Inflation Reduction Act. And to top it off, it cuts critical funding to state and local health departments. And the other measure is the most frivolous impeachment effort this House has ever seen, period, end of story. Truly, this is one of the most pathetic, embarrassing things that this committee has ever done. Democrats have been ready and willing to work in a bipartisan way to secure the border. We have said over and over, there's a problem at the border. Let's work together for the good of the country. Let's fix it. And what have House Republicans done? They've consistently played politics with our national security. They refuse to take action on the border because they're taking their marching orders from Trump. They hold press conferences. They go on the House floor and scream and yell. They rant and rave about immigration and border security. But when it comes time for action, when it comes time to work with Democrats and the president to get something done, they refuse. Mr. Chairman, the bottom line is that the president alone cannot fix broken laws without Congress. And blaming President Biden or Secretary Mayorkas or anyone else for this is simply the strategy of those who want there to be chaos at the border so they can use it as a campaign issue. We had a bipartisan security and immigration bill come out of the Senate over the weekend. I'm still reviewing it, but House Republicans say it's dead, D-E-A-D, all caps. I mean, did Trump dictate that from Mar-a-Lago? Are you seriously going to come here and look us in the eye with a straight face and claim this is all about the border? When you refuse to come together with Democrats and to work on the border? No, you'd all rather advance this baseless, extreme, unconstitutional impeachment stunt. It's really something else. I mean, I don't think I could have said it better than Oklahoma's own senior senator, James Lankford. Just on Fox News this morning, he said, and I quote, "Are we as Republicans going to have press conferences and complain the border is bad and then intentionally leave it open?" That's exactly what House Republicans are doing. Complain, 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 and then say, no, 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 we don't actually want to do anything about the border. We just want to complain. And the reason why is simple. Look at the sponsor of this resolution. Look who is leading this effort, Marjorie Taylor Greene. She's the leader of this charade, and she said it herself. This is her quote. Let me use her words. She said, beautiful dessert. This is beautiful dessert. That's her line. In exchange for her vote on the, quote, shit sandwich debt ceiling bill. I mean, are you guys kidding me? This is who is dictating the House floor schedule? Is she now the majority leader? Marjorie Taylor Greene? Someone who proudly speaks at white supremacist rallies? Someone who promotes Holocaust deniers? Someone who compares Joe Biden to Adolf Hitler and who says COVID mask requirements are the same thing as Nazi gas chambers? Someone who says wildfires are caused by Jewish space lasers and that 9/11 was an inside job? That's the person that you've put in charge of this whole Republican agenda right now? The clowns are running the circus around here. And we're wasting hours and hours of time this week on Marjorie Taylor Greene because what? She wants to impeach somebody. And don't even get me started on her absurd censure resolution of Congresswoman Omar that she introduced because she doesn't know how to use Google Translate. We could be actually debating and voting on a border security package, but we can't because Marjorie Taylor Greene is in charge and Speaker Mike Johnson is terrified of her and her MAGA extremist friends. And we all saw how good that worked out for the last guy. Her whole legislative agenda is revenge, retaliation, and impeachment. She's introduced, get this, 20 pieces of legislation in this Congress, 20. And 10 of them are to impeach or censure people she doesn't like. Half of her legislation that she's introduced is about impeachment and censure. And to see this committee, to see this institution be so totally perverted by this garbage, it makes me sad. It should not be this way. And it doesn't have to be this way if my friends would just stop taking their marching orders from the far-right MAGA fringe. This impeachment is a perverse political sideshow. I know it, the American people know it, and my Republican friends across the dais know it as well. Alan Dershowitz, Donald Trump's impeachment defense lawyer, says Republicans who voted against impeaching Trump should not vote to impeach Mayorkas because, quote, the framers explicitly refused to allow impeachment and removal for vague abuses of duty, end quote. Wow. Sure sounds a lot like what we're doing here today. Jonathan Turley, I mean, a guy you bring up all the time, Jonathan Turley, a guy that Republicans fawn over, says, and I quote, "No current evidence he," meaning Secretary Mayorkas, "is corrupt or committed an impeachable offense," end quote. Michael Chertoff, the former Republican Secretary of Homeland Security, said this is a political stunt. He says, and I quote, "The House Committee on Homeland Security has failed to put forth evidence that meets the bar," end quote. Our own colleague, Republican Ken Buck, said it short and sweet, and I quote, "Secretary Mayorkas did not commit an impeachable offense and is not guilty of high crimes and misdemeanors," end quote. But House Republicans are going to ignore everyone and create a new standard. To hell with high crimes and misdemeanors. They're going to impeach someone because they have policy disagreements with him. I mean, if that's the standard, the Democrats should have impeached the last guy's entire cabinet. They were a joke. We would have impeached Trump's DHS Secretary, Kirstjen Nielsen, in a nanosecond for separating children from families at the border, a policy which our side found unconscionable and offensive. Instead, you know what we did? We made our case to the voters, and we won. Look, and I'll say the quiet part out loud. This resolution before us today is not serious. Republicans know that Secretary Mayorkas is a dedicated public servant who has served America honorably and truthfully for decades. He has testified before Congress 27 times in 35 months, more than any other cabinet member. He has responded to over 1,400 congressional inquiries since January 2021. And because my colleagues on the other side are trying to twist and distort his record and his words, let me read at length from a letter Secretary Mayorkas sent to the House Homeland Security Committee Republicans just last week. And I quote, "I have been privileged to serve our country for most of my professional life. I have adhered scrupulously and fervently to the oath of office that I have taken 6 times in my public service career. My reverence for law enforcement was instilled in me by my parents, who brought me to this country to escape the communist takeover of Cuba and allow me the freedoms and opportunity that our democracy provides. My parents experienced such loss at the fisted hands of authoritarianism that the American law enforcement officer stood as a tangible symbol of safety and the rule of law in our new home. It was because of everything America meant and gave to my family that I was motivated to enter public service. It was because of my admiration and respect for the men and women who wore a badge that I wanted to work with them to enforce our country's laws. I assure you that your false accusations do not rattle me and do not divert me from the law enforcement and broader public service mission to which I have devoted most of my career and to which I remain devoted," end quote. Shame on Republicans for letting Marjorie Taylor Greene run the House of Representatives. Shame on them for letting Marjorie Taylor Greene bring up this unconstitutional, evidence-free impeachment. And I get it. This is about trying to hurt Joe Biden, trying to distract from Donald Trump's legal troubles, and trying to distract from the fact that they have nothing to show for all their time in power. But it's shameful and it is wrong. You guys have spent more time, this Congress, focused on who is doing what job instead of just doing the job. And I would say that history is going to judge you, but I don't think we need to wait for that. The voters are going to judge you in November. And I think people are going to look at this hearing, they're going to look at this Republican majority's record, and they're going to vote you out of office because of your total incompetence, your extremism, and your refusal to work in a bipartisan way to try to get anything done around here, including the border. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Without objection, any prepared statements that our witnesses may have will be included in the record. I'd like to welcome our first panel, Chairwoman Kathy McMorris Rogers and Ranking Member Frank Pallone from the Committee on Energy and Commerce. Chairwoman Rogers, I welcome your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Member McGovern. Thank you for considering my bill. Please. Thank you. The Protecting, there we go. I think it's better. Protecting Healthcare for All Patients Act. This is an important piece of legislation that will help ensure patients with disabilities can get the health care that they and their doctors think best. I hope that preventing discrimination against people with disabilities and chronic illnesses and affirming every person's life has value is something that we can all agree on. As many of you know, my son Cole was born with an extra 21st chromosome. Most of you know it as Down syndrome. When Cole was born, I remember being told, not to expect too much, but you know what? They couldn't have gotten it more wrong. Today, Cole is a fun-loving 16-year-old. He has big dreams. He wants to be a football player, a pastor, and a race car driver. He's on the basketball team, and he plays the drums. For Cole, you know what? I've learned not to limit him. The sky's the limit. And Cole, with others with disabilities, deserve every opportunity to succeed. And we shouldn't be discounting their potential or prejudging their quality of life just because of their disabilities. Unfortunately, several tools frequently used in our healthcare system do just that. Quality-adjusted life years, or QALYs, or other similar discriminatory measures are used to determine how cost-effective a treatment is based on its success at returning a sick person to perfect health. So if a treatment allowed someone already wheelchair-bound to live longer, that treatment would not be seen as valuable as those treatments aimed at diseases affecting younger and healthier populations. Measurements like QALYs remove the consideration of unique circumstances and health conditions of a patient and their doctor's judgment from deciding what's best for the patient. I'm not alone in opposing the use of these measures. Democrats acknowledged it when they banned the use of QALYs in Medicare, when they passed the Affordable Care Act. The Nonpartisan Council on Disabilities wrote a report in 2019, and it was titled Quality-Adjusted Life Years and the Devaluation of Life with a Disability, that condemned the usage of QALYs and has continued to write additional letters to Congress urging that we ban the use of QALYs. Additionally, we've heard from over 100 advocacy groups spanning the political spectrum who are calling on Congress to prohibit the use of QALYs and other discriminatory measures. My bill, that is before you today, bans federal payers like Medicaid and VA healthcare from using QALYs or other discriminatory measures that devalue the lives of people with disabilities. And it does this by simply applying the current ban on QALYs and other similar measures that exist in Medicare to all federal payers. In passing this bill, it will mean that healthcare bureaucracies can no longer determine someone's life is worth less just because they have a disability or a chronic illness. This would be a big deal. Medicaid is the largest payer for people with disabilities, and we are letting it use measures that discriminate against people that it was designed to support. And that's not to say anything about the millions of injured or disabled veterans who rely on the VA for their care, which is also allowed to use these types of metrics. However, let me be clear in this. My bill does not prohibit healthcare programs from rewarding value or finding other ways to hold down cost. If a treatment does not work or shouldn't be covered, or if it's more appropriate to start with other, more cost-effective treatments first, nothing in this bill will preclude federal payers from continuing to make those kinds of coverage decisions. In fact, the National Council on Disability has already identified alternative ways to measure value that do not devalue the life of someone with a disability or chronic disease. Because of Cole, I've spent much time in Congress as an ability advocate, encouraging people to focus on every individual's God-given talents and potential. Millions of Americans like him need their voices to be heard. Whenever I meet someone with a disability or a chronic illness, or with their family, I hear the same thing over and over again. They want to have the same chances to succeed in life as everyone else. Banning the use of discriminatory measures by federal payers will help ensure that every patient can be treated fairly and gets the care they need, and I urge support for this legislation and yield back.
Thank you very much. Ranking Member Pallone, you're recognized for your opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member McGovern and the rest of the committee. I am here to oppose H.R. 485, and before I get into my statement, I wanted to just say a few things. First of all, I appreciate Chair Rogers' advocacy for people with disabilities. She always has been a champion for people with disabilities. And I do want to stress three things, that I don't believe that those of us who are opposed to this bill intend to prejudge a person with disabilities' quality of life or devalue people with disabilities. Second, I don't support the use of QALYs or other discriminatory measures. In fact, I introduced an amendment in the committee, which was voted down on a partisan basis, unfortunately, that would ban the use of discriminatory measures. And third, I disagree with the chair that I do think that this bill would inhibit looking at value measures that are so important when various agencies look at drugs and look at the cost of drugs. And of course, Democrats and hopefully all of us do want to try to bring the costs of prescription drugs down, and I'm concerned that this bill would do the opposite. So instead, I oppose the legislation because it does not protect health care for patients. Instead, it undermines the progress we've made in lowering prescription drug costs for American families, and also has a pay-for, which of course was not in the committee but is being added as a manager's amendment, that would disseminate the Affordable Care Act's Prevention and Public Health Fund. And that's the pay-for that's being added in the manager's amendment, which I also oppose doing that. I think it's unfortunate that the Republican majority chose to move forward with a partisan bill instead of working to find a consensus on legislation that would have prohibited the use of discriminatory measures in all federal programs. Democrats, led by me and my amendment, tried to come to a consensus by having that amendment that would have prohibited the use of those discriminatory measures, but it wasn't adopted, and so now we have a partisan bill. And the Republican bill claims to prevent the Secretary of Health and Human Services from using a measure called the Quality Adjusted Life Year, or QALY, but federal law already prohibits Medicare from using QALYs in its coverage determination, and state Medicaid programs are required by law to cover all drugs. So I just don't think this legislation accomplishes anything from a quality or cost analysis. It's just basically a solution in search of a problem that doesn't exist because these QALYs are already prohibited. What the problem is that H.R. 485 goes further than current law, and I think could bar the use of any value measures by the federal government. It doesn't just talk about QALYs, but also about similar measures. And I think the similar measures language is very vague and could be easily used by the pharmaceutical industry or others in their numerous and constant suits against the Affordable Care Act to make it so that they can drive prices up once again. The problem is that we now have very effective tools, I think, to try to seek to lower drug prices, increase negotiation leverage by payers, and ensure patients can access the most effective therapies. I think this undermines that. I sought to clarify the bill in the Energy and Commerce Committee, as I mentioned, through an amendment, and my amendment ensured that the legislation could not be construed to prohibit or restrict the use of measures that value each year of extended life equally, but that amendment was rejected along a party line vote. What I'm saying is that right now, what's prohibited is that you cannot use a value judgment that says that because this extends life for young people versus older people, for example, but it shouldn't. It still should be that you can look at whether or not something is of value in a given year without looking at whether it affects people younger or older in a discriminatory way. So I don't really understand why the Republican majority would be opposed to clarifying that non-discriminatory measures can continue to be utilized by the federal government. This ambiguity that I think would be created by this bill makes this policy ripe for litigation from the pharmaceutical industry that has, again, shown its willingness to sue to keep outrageously high prescription prices in place. Cost effectiveness, comparative effective research are important tools to ensure that industry can't gouge the American people for drugs that don't provide clear improvements over the status quo. And many of the drugs used by those with disabilities are some of the most expensive on the market. And I think it's kind of absurd to say that the federal government should not be able to use non-discriminatory measures to evaluate how drugs compare on their value and their effectiveness for patients. The Congressional Budget Office agreed that this legislation will hinder the ability of our federal health programs to lower costs. The CBO estimated that the bill will increase spending for prescription drugs in Medicare, Medicaid, and other federal health programs, including the Department of Defense, by $1.1 billion over the next 10 years, and potentially tens of billions of dollars in the years that follow, which is why the Republicans had to come up with this pay-for to offset that $1.15 billion. Now, the last thing I want to talk about is the pay-for. Republicans have a manager's amendment to basically pay for this by gutting the Affordable Care Act's Prevention and Public Health Fund. It's long been the goal of the Republicans to decimate the ACA's essential funding stream to lower health care costs through prevention. I'm not looking at you, I am looking at you, Dr. Burgess, because I know you've always opposed the ACA, and that included the prevention fund. But this prevention fund goes to our state and local partners to improve public health and prevent chronic diseases. It also funds programs to encourage smoking cessation, prevent childhood lead poisoning, and enhance infectious disease control. So cutting the prevention fund to offset the increase in spending generated by this bill, I think makes clear that the Republicans are not interested in reaching a consensus or finding a bipartisan solution. They'd rather jam through this partisan bill that I think is going to hurt the very communities that they claim to be helping. I think it's nothing more than a giveaway to Big Pharma at the expense of essential public health prevention funds, which I think is so important. So these are reasons why I oppose the bill and urge my colleagues to oppose as well, and yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Pallone. Thanks to our witnesses. Let me just ask you, Mr. Pallone, we were both there the night this was marked up in Energy and Commerce many, many years ago. And there was a lot of genuine fear about the comparative effectiveness language as it originally appeared in Mr. Waxman's original draft. And you point out correctly that eventually the Affordable Care Act banned Medicare from using these comparative effectiveness measures. And I have to assume that that basically was bipartisan at the time. I don't remember whether it was an amendment or just an agreement that was arrived at that very long evening that we marked this up. But if I recall correctly, Democrats supported that, did they not?
Correct. And I want to stress again that I don't support using QALYs at all. My concern is over this language that talks about similar measures, which I think is much more far-reaching and really would prevent any kind of serious value judgment.
So there's the question of balance, where I'm concerned about things being far-reaching. I look over at the National Health Service and the National Institute for Comparative Effectiveness that they have that produces all kinds of guidelines and directions about what can and can't be used in their system. I think just as a practical matter, people in this country are not interested in having the government have that much control over these decisions. And certainly from the physician standpoint, I just dislike the notion that someone could interfere with clinical judgment based upon guidelines produced by an agency. But still, the fact remains that Democrats supported this when it was in the committee. And I mean, you know, the spoiler alert, I didn't vote for the Affordable Care Act when it passed on the floor. You did. So, I mean, I was really opposed to the Independent Payment Advisory Board that you supported so strongly. But this was part of what you voted for. So, again, I think we had a really good hearing in the Energy and Commerce Committee. Obviously, I support the bill. I'm a co-sponsor. I thought we had a very good hearing in Energy and Commerce. I thought we had a very fair, if not lengthy, markup. So, I mean, I look forward to supporting the rule for this bill on the floor tomorrow and supporting the bill when the underlying bill when it comes forward, I guess, the day after that. Is there anything you'd like to add, Chairman Rogers?
Yes, thank you. I'd like to highlight, I don't know why there's this sudden concern over the language. We pulled the language from the current law that was used in the Affordable Care Act to prohibit QALYs in Medicaid. It says, quote, "The Secretary shall not utilize such an adjusted life year or such a similar measure as a threshold to determine coverage." So what we are in this legislation doing is taking that language and applying it to all federal payers, the VA, Medicaid. I'm not sure why there's all of a sudden this concern with this language. And I would just highlight over 100 disability groups believe that Congress need to act. They have asked us to clarify, to ensure that this language is in the law to protect them. Even the score, the $1.1 billion, it suggests that these federal payers are using these measures if they're anticipating that it's going to cost this kind of money. And as far as the prevention fund, I would just highlight that, I would like to see us reach, let me first say, I'd like to see us reach bipartisan agreement on this bill, because I would like to see this bill actually pass the Senate and be signed into law by the president. And so would many, many disability groups and other advocates. So I'm committed to continuing to work on it. I think that the argument on the pay for is pretty weak when you consider that Senator Sanders is proposing to use the prevention fund right now to fund the community health center funding in his bill. And then in 2020, the Democrat-controlled Senate passed an amendment as part of the Omni that cut $1 billion from the prevention fund, similar to what we're proposing today, to pay for the 9/11 health funding. We're talking the amount of money. We are not going to cut any funding in the prevention health fund. It's anticipated that it will increase even if it is used to pay for this legislation. So ban QALYs, and then you don't even have to worry about a pay for. So
I am always concerned when the Congressional Budget Office scores it as a cost when doctors do what they're supposed to be doing in the first place. I'm going to have ample time to talk about this on the floor tomorrow. I yield to the ranking member of the committee, Mr. McGovern.
Well, thank you very much, and I have great respect for Chairwoman McMorris-Rodgers and Ranking Member Pallone, and and I too hope we can work in a bipartisan way on some of these bills. But unfortunately, it doesn't seem to be happening as much as we would like in the House, and there's a partisan pay-for in this bill that makes it very difficult for many on the Democratic side. But I say the reason why bipartisanship is especially crucial at this moment is because the last time the Rules Committee considered a bill that actually became law, was signed into law by the President, was almost 9 months ago. And it seems like this will be added to the list unless something drastically changes. But again, I appreciate both of you for being here. I have no questions.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Minnesota for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Madam Chair, for bringing this forward, because it is a huge concern that folks are getting the kinds of health care that they want and deserve. And I guess I just had a quick question, if you could give us an example of maybe how, I know you mentioned a little bit in your remarks, but how they could use these to reduce access for care.
Well, it was mentioned that this is unnecessary for Medicaid. I would highlight, and this is from the National Council on Disability, so they've cited examples in states like Oregon and New York where they are limiting reimbursements to unsustainably low levels for treatments for diseases like cystic fibrosis to reflect the perceived value in treating those individuals with those diseases. So the disability groups are very concerned about this type of an approach where the government is going to be deciding how much they're going to be willing to pay to treat someone. I could imagine someone with ALS and a drug comes along that's going to ensure that that person might be able to live longer while we still seek a cure. And instead of being able to have access to that drug, the QALYs would say that there's no reason to pay for that, to treat them. You know, that's fundamentally immoral and wrong. And this bill would ensure that there's language in the law that prohibits the use of these types of measures, QALYs, to determine whether or not care is received.
And I appreciate that, and I really sincerely appreciate the bill because it is a concern for the disability community, and you know that better than I. And I just really appreciate that you're here to talk about making sure that people get the kind of health care that they deserve. And it shouldn't be determined all based on money. It should not be. And when you point out that $1.5 billion paid for, it's obviously going on now because they are trying to. They say it's going to cost us more. And so I appreciate when you made that point. And with that, I support your bill and thank you for bringing it forward.
Gentlelady yields back, Chair. Thanks, Gentlelady. The Gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized for question.
Thank you. And as someone who has also worked with the disability community for many, many years, particularly kids with disabilities, I would be very, very interested in a bipartisan bill to address the concerns that I gather both of you share. But that's not what we have here. And I'm very concerned about over $1 billion in funding cuts for our state and local community-based healthcare systems. The major county in the district that I represent, we fought for years to get a county health department, and it just came online 3 years ago now. It's already made a difference on the things that it's supposed to, whether it's lead poisoning, infectious diseases, tobacco-related diseases, all these things that this fund, which would receive such drastic and partisan cuts, as I understand it, would be impacted by. So I am very concerned about that, and I don't know if you wanted to add anything, Mr. Pallone.
Well, we saw, I think, during COVID, very dramatically, why the cuts and closures of a lot of county and local health departments, and I use my own state as an example, were very damaging to public health during the COVID crisis. I think that in my home county, we only have 2 towns that have local health departments. There is a county health department, but one of the lessons that I learned from COVID was that you had to have robust local health departments. And you're right that, a lot of this prevention fund money is used explicitly for that. And when you cut it, you're not going to have those local health departments be able to come back or start anew, as you mentioned in your county. But the other thing I want to stress, too, is that my fear here is that when you go beyond the QALYs, which, as I've said, we don't oppose prohibiting QALYs, to these other measures, that this is an opportunity for pharma, if you will, to basically make the case, which they make all the time, that they should be able to charge whatever they want, right? They don't want the FDA or federal agencies coming in and evaluating cost effectiveness or using any kind of value judgment, because that makes it more difficult for them to charge what they want and want to charge. And I'm just concerned that that's where we're moving here. Nobody is saying that we would not prohibit QALYs. I make that clear, right, across the board. But this, and I know that that the chair was trying to take the language in the Inflation Reduction Act and apply it more broadly to all federal healthcare programs. That's okay if it was only QALYs, but that's not what this bill does. It says similar measures. And I know some say, well, what is that? Well, that means much more broadly that you could say that you can't use value judgments. And we tried to put in my amendment that, we would ban, we would allow that as long as it doesn't apply to things that are non-discriminatory. But they wouldn't go for that. And so now I'm afraid that this language is so vague that it will be used by pharma and others who want to go after the Affordable Care Act and negotiate prices and all the things that, Democrats have been working on, to go to court and say, well, now, you can't use any kind of value cost-effective argument here. We can charge whatever we want. And that's my fear, in a broad sense.
So it sounds like there's some bigger issues that maybe there'd be a basis to try to work out. And as I said, I'd be really supportive of that, but the really devastating impact on our local healthcare systems, particularly as we have, pandemic diseases. Listening to NPR on the drive down, apparently there's a syphilis outbreak across the country. That's the kind of thing that local health departments can track and get on top of. Lead poisoning for kids is a huge issue in some of our older northeastern industrial cities. So that pay for coming out of some really necessary services for my community means that I can't support this at all. So thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair thanks the gentlelady. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized. Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from New Mexico.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Chairwoman Rogers, for your commitment to the disability community that clearly comes out of your own experience as a mother, but is so beneficial for so many people beyond your own family. And thank you, Ranking Member Pallone, for pointing out that even though we could all agree that quality should be negotiated, that this bill could interfere with our ability to negotiate drug prices, right? And Americans have long asked us to bring down the cost of drugs. And I'm glad that President Biden was able to sign into law our bill to negotiate drug prices last Congress, and we want to make sure that that stays into law. But I have no questions, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair thanks the gentlelady. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Congresswoman Rogers. I appreciate your work on that. It is personal for you, and it makes it special. Why? And I see the need on this. On the pay-fors, how do you, tell me?
Well, yes, it's interesting that the Democrats are saying that this is the reason they're going to oppose this bill. So if the president feels so strongly about this. So the president's SAP says, quote, this is stripping dollars from the Prevention and Public Health Fund and undermining its critical investments in health and well-being. It's like, where were these concerns in 2022 when the Democrat Senate passed a similar provision, 90-0, to pay for the 9/11 health funding, $1 billion from the Prevention Fund. President Biden signed that into law. And as I mentioned, Senator Sanders right now is proposing to use the Prevention Fund to pay for the community health centers. We've actually reached an agreement on a different pay for that will address the cost of what's driving the cost of health care. So I don't quite understand why this is being referred to as devastating cuts. Our amendment doesn't cut current funding, and it doesn't let future years see appropriations dip below current levels. So it just is pretty weak, and bottom line, it just raises questions about why why we can't reach an agreement on the underlying bill to ban QALYs. We hear some of the, they say, well, they think it's going to affect their ability to impose the government price caps on prescription drugs that they passed the Democrats passed in the Inflation Reduction Act. It only raises more concerns then as to what's really going to be happening with these provisions when the government starts determining puts a cap on prescription drugs and then starts determining who's actually going to qualify to get those life-changing treatments and drugs at times. So I think it only underscores the importance of this bill.
Well, I appreciate your work on it. It's you're doing it to the least of these, and it's amazing. Wouldn't it be a novel idea to cut some of the wokeism that's embedded in this budget, the DEI requirements, but they can't do it for those who are less fortunate from a health standpoint. Cannot find the money. 1.1 billion is a lot of money, but as it relates to this budget, it relates for the deficits. So it's interesting, Democrats can't find any cuts to justify how to deal with this and how to, I guess, bring fairness to it. Thank you for your work on it. I have yield back.
Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Chair thanks the gentleman. Seeing no other members wishing to ask questions, I want to thank the panel for appearing before us today, and the witnesses are excused.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to welcome our second panel, Chairman Mark Green and Ranking Member Benny Thompson from the Committee on Homeland Security. We'll allow Mr. Thompson a moment. Chairman Green, Ranking Member Thompson, thank you very much for being here today. Chairman Green, I welcome your testimony.
Chairman Cole, Ranking Member McGovern, thank you for the opportunity to testify on HRS 863. For nearly a year, the committee conducted comprehensive investigation into the causes, costs, and consequences of our border crisis, producing 7 separate reports totaling more than 400 pages. Our members visited multiple sectors of the southwest border and heard from law enforcement and everyday Americans affected by this crisis. We held multiple hearings with a variety of witnesses, including former senior DHS enforcement officials, states' attorneys general, as well as victims of Secretary Mayorkas' crisis. Impeachment is a tool the framers wrote into the Constitution to deal with the gravest situations, like the one we have today, where the lawless actions of a cabinet secretary have led to the chaos and destruction across our land. Our investigation and impeachment proceedings resulted in 2 articles of impeachment. Article 1 charges him with willful and systemic refusal to comply with the law, and Article 2 charges him with the breach of public trust. It is unambiguous that Secretary Mayorkas has refused to comply with federal immigration laws and acted in a manner subversive to the rule of law. He has threatened the integrity of our constitutional system and imperiled the Congress, a co-equal branch of government, by ordering DHS employees to violate laws passed by Congress, thus violating the separation of powers. And he has implemented a catch-and-release scheme violating detention requirements and misused parole authority. We've also seen Secretary Mayorkas breach the public trust, violating his statutory duty to control and guard the border. He willfully failed to replace the enforcement initiatives he abandoned with viable alternatives, and he knowingly made false statements about the consequences of his refusal to comply with the law. Having exhausted all other options, and as suggested by United States versus Texas, Congress is the only avenue of accountability remaining, and we are compelled to act. I want to address just a few claims you'll no doubt hear from the Democrats today, claims that are false and easily disproven. One of the reasons I'm presenting these articles and not the chairman of the Judiciary Committee is because on November the 13th, 2023, 201 Democrats, every Democrat voting that day, voted to refer articles of impeachment to our committee. Additionally, we gave Secretary Mayorkas multiple opportunities since August to defend his record. Each time he delayed and evaded. We ultimately offered to take written testimony from him. He decided to respond at 4:48 a.m. on the day of our markup. The lack of seriousness with which he takes these proceedings is shocking. Third, the House Republicans have consistently voted to substantially increase funding for CBP. H.R. 2, the border security bill the House passed last year, funds the increase of roughly 3,000 Border Patrol agents, more than double what the White House wants in its supplemental. Don't let the Democrats' false claims distract you from the truth. And the truth is that Secretary Mayorkas refused to comply with the law, even after seeing the devastating consequences. The truth is that Secretary Mayorkas broke the public trust by claiming that the border was secure, even while drug cartels took control of large swaths of the southwest border. And the truth is that Secretary Mayorkas has chosen to ignore the suffering of the American people and doubled down on his decision to keep our border open to deadly drugs, dangerous criminals, and unknown national security threats. Secretary Mayorkas' job is to secure the homeland and enforce the law. He's failed to do either of those things and must be held accountable. What is the point of us being here? What's the point of Congress if we allow the executive branch to ignore the laws we pass? If we do not hold officials accountable, then there are no longer any checks and balances. That's not a constitutional republic. That's the road to tyranny. One last point. My colleagues across the aisle assert this doesn't rise to the level of impeachment. There's a direct analogy here with the impeachment articles against Richard Nixon. Nowhere in the Nixon impeachment article is there any reference to a crime committed by the president himself. Instead, Article 2 of the Nixon impeachment refers to Nixon's acting in ways, quote, not authorized by law, end quote, and in ways that constituted, quote, unlawful activities, end quote. And that's exactly what Secretary Mayorkas has done. Also, Article 1 of the Nixon impeachment charged Nixon with, quote, making false and misleading statements, end quote, and, quote, false and misleading testimony, end quote. And they conclude he, quote, acted in a manner contrary to his trust as president and subversive of constitutional government, end quote. Again, that's exactly what Secretary Mayorkas has done. The case is compelling. The evidence is indisputable. The moment is urgent. Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas must be impeached. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Thompson. Thank you, Member Thompson. You're recognized.
Thank you very much. Chairman Cole, Ranking Member McGovern, I'm appearing before you today in strong opposition to HRES 863, which was reported out of the Committee of Homeland Security last week on a party line vote. Republicans' partisans' rush to consider the resolution is a betrayal of the committee's bipartisan record since it was established in the wake of 9/11. Republican members of Congress sworn to support and defend the Constitution are rejecting the framers' clear intent over 2 centuries of precedent in favor of a sham impeachment of Secretary of Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas. Republicans have failed to make a constitutionally viable case for impeachment. Neither of the impeachment charges reported by the committee are a high crime and misdemeanor under Article 2 of the Constitution. No serious person believes they are. Maladministration, or what committee Republicans are falsely calling refusal to follow the law, was deliberately rejected by the framer as a grounds for impeachment. Policy disputes are settled in the court system, not through impeachment. Indeed, the policy disputes Republicans list in their articles have already been addressed by the courts and decided in the Biden administration's favor, or they are currently working their way through the system. Constitutional experts have told the committee that for the breach of public trust to rise to something close to a high crime and misdemeanor, it will require conduct intended to serve an official's own benefit or the benefit of a foreign power. No serious person can allege that Secretary Mayorkas' actions meet the standard for breach of public trust. Republicans have ignored the facts and misrepresented the law to justify their scheme. But the law is clear, and so is Secretary's record. Secretary Mayorkas has leveraged all the authorities at his disposal while maximizing the resources provided by Congress to secure the border. He's removed record levels of migrants from the U.S., detained more people than Congress has provided funding for, and prevented record levels of fentanyl from entering our communities. But this sham impeachment effort isn't really about border security. It's about Republican politics and subversion of the Constitution. In testimony before the committee, in letters and in op-eds published in major newspapers, bipartisan constitutional law and impeachment experts agree the Secretary has not committed an impeachable offense. Secretary Mayorkas has faithfully implemented the administration's border policies consistent with the funding Congress has provided. At every opportunity, Republicans have refused to provide resources to the Department of Homeland Security. If House Republicans were serious about improving conditions along the border, they would provide the department the funding necessary to do so. They have not. If House Republicans were serious about improving conditions at the border, they would negotiate border security legislation with the White House and the Senate. They have not. The extreme mega Republicans who are running the House of Representatives don't want solutions. They want a political issue. House Republicans take their marching orders from Donald Trump, and he has directed them to reject a bipartisan border bill. This sham impeachment is an attempt by House Republicans to distort the Constitution and the Secretary's record to cover up their inability and unwillingness to work with Democrats to strengthen border security. Former Republican Secretary of Homeland Security Michael Chertoff recently cautioned against impeaching Secretary Mayorkas and urged bipartisan legislative action. He said, quote, "Our nation is at its best when our leaders work together to confront the seemingly intractable. The situation of our border and our national security demands such bipartisan collaboration. Despite our different parties, I know Mr. Mayorkas to be a fair and honest, dedicated to the safety and security of the U.S. He's represented DHS in the country and to both parties in Congress with integrity, unquote. That is the kind of bipartisanship we need to solve border challenges and strengthen our immigration system. Unfortunately, this sham impeachment has been nothing but partisan. During consideration in the Homeland Security Committee last week, Republicans improperly shut down the markup and blocked Democrats from offering amendments to the resolution. Extreme MAGA Republicans couldn't bear to consider amendments to their poorly drafted articles of impeachment before silencing Democrats who attempted to inject a dose of reality into the proceedings. They even blocked Democrats from including material for the markup record on 5 occasions. The truth is, Republicans' actions show they don't have faith in their own case against the Secretary. That's why they lack the courage of their convictions to see their markup to the end. This nonsense has to stop, and it should stop here. Republicans need to start doing the work Americans sent them here to do. Democrats are waiting for you to join us in the serious work ahead. Mr. Burgess, Ranking Member McGovern, I urge my colleagues to honor their oath to the Constitution and drop this sham impeachment.
Thank you, Ranking Member. Chairman Green, let me just ask you, you've heard a lot here. Is there any of that you want to respond to?
Well, there's a lot of it. The first accusation was a rush to get this done. We've taken almost a year of looking at this, 400 pages of reports, 5 phases of an investigation: phase 1, dereliction of duty; phase 2, the support of the drug cartels, empowering them to spread across our country. Some great reports out of San Francisco about how the Mexican cartels and the Honduran cartels have connected with the gangs in San Francisco. Phase 3, the human costs, which have been incredible. The financial cost was phase 4, and then waste, waste of millions and millions of dollars on unused ICE detention beds and hotels that were purchased that were never used. So we have exhausted our resources. We have looked into this incredibly lengthy. I could go on, but I'm sure you've got other questions.
Sure. Well, I appreciate you bringing to our attention the fact that these articles, or this was referred to your committee rather than Judiciary. Some people might ask why Homeland Security is bringing this rather than the Committee on the Judiciary. So I appreciate that. And that was, I guess, a bipartisan referral to your committee, was it not? It
was, and the Supreme Court has ruled that the will of the House determines our processes, and so the House spoke, and they referred it to us.
So, like everyone else, I've made multiple trips down to the border over the years, and what has been just overly predominantly the sentiment that's been expressed to me is nobody's ever seen anything like this. I mean, this is a catastrophe beyond anything that has ever happened before. We thought there were problems during the Bush years. We knew there were problems during the Obama years. There were problems during the Trump years, but this is unimaginable. What is going on, and just the amount of human suffering that's been caused by the open borders, come on over mentality that has been promulgated by this administration. So let me just ask you, can you provide us just a couple of highlights from your investigation?
Yes, sir. One of the things that became very clear, this is not a migration crisis caused by some event in Latin America or Central America. This is a catastrophe of our own creation. when we did away with the policies, 87 different policies that worked from the previous administration, talked in an election about opening the borders, talked about amnesty in the election, people tested the system. And they came, they realized they were going to be released into the country, and they phoned home. And now millions have come. We took the pull factors and just exploded them into a massive magnet, and people are coming because they know that they're going to get released. 85% actually is what Secretary Mayorkas said in a private meeting that was reported out, are just being released into the country. And with that, the drug cartels have seized the opportunity. They're actually trafficking everybody who comes through Mexico now, charging $10,000 to $50,000, $60,000, $75,000, making tens of billions of dollars for themselves just from the human trafficking. But what they do is they take those mass peoples, they control them, they hit a crossing site, and at the strategic level, that ties up the CBP personnel, and then they're free to come across the border with the fentanyl. And that's why fentanyl's gone from $98 a hit to $20, $25 a hit, in at least Tennessee, in accordance with my sheriffs. It's why so many hundreds of thousands, well, 150,000 Americans have died to fentanyl. It is a policy change that violated the laws. We're not here about policy. We're about violation of the laws written by this body, right? That resulted in the cartels basically owning the southwest border. And the Border Patrol agents tell us, if we can just detain. Well, the law is very clear, shall detain. It doesn't say anywhere in the law, you shall capture every murderer, DOJ, but what Congress told the executive branch, you shall detain. And this only this secretary, not any of the others, Democrat or Republican, only this secretary sent a memo to his people saying, don't do that.
And he was well aware of these facts that you've just disclosed to us.
Yes, Secretary Mayorkas has been in the department many times, and he knows what the laws are, and he has created systems to subvert those laws.
Well, I appreciate your efforts on this. I know it's been a long task for you and for the committee. I'll defer further questions because I'll talk about this on the floor tomorrow and recognize the ranking member of the Rules Committee.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Burgess. Let me just say, Chairman Green, I have respect for you as a member of this Congress, but quite frankly, reading what is before us, and watching all this unfold, I think you should be ashamed of yourself for bringing this kind of trash before this committee. I mean, we are here because Marjorie Taylor Greene and the Chock full of Nuts caucus wanted us to be here. Let me ask you, Chairman Green, if you succeed and Secretary Mayorkas is impeached, who replaces him? Do we know who will be in charge?
Well, I assume that there's a deputy who would step forward.
You know the name of the?
No.
You don't?
No.
So, it seems like it's a pretty.
I don't see why that's relevant.
Well, it is, Rob, because the question is, will it be somebody who is implementing Biden's policies?
So if he murdered someone, would we just not get him out of office because there's nobody named to follow him?
The answer to the question is you don't know.
You're right, I don't.
Okay, so let me ask you this. When exactly did you decide to impeach Secretary Mayorkas? Do you know what the exact date was? Was it before or after April 18th, 2023?
April 18th, 2023. Now, we have proceeded with a five-phased approach, looking at this as fairly as possible.
Was it before or after April 18th,
2023? I can't tell you when I thought this needed to happen.
Well, the reason why I ask you is I'm looking at a New York Times article
that
of
misquoted
April 18,
me, yes.
2023, entitled "Key Republicans Tell Donors That He Will Pursue Impeachment of Mayorkas." And they have an audio, they have you on audio tape saying that you would, and I quote, deliver charges to the House Judiciary Committee, which handles impeachment proceedings. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to insert this article into the record, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, so ordered.
I guess the question is, why would you tell donors that you were going to impeach Secretary Mayorkas before you open an investigation? Why would you do that?
The article misquoted me. I do recall that.
I think they have you on audio, yeah.
Yeah, no, well, they did misquote me. I can tell you. I went back and checked myself.
Well, maybe we can ask them to produce the art. But before completion of your investigation, Marjorie Taylor Greene, who is the author of this, said that impeachment had been, and I quote, guaranteed to her. That was on November 30th of 2023. And she said, and again, I quote, I've been guaranteed by Speaker Johnson and Chairman Greene that the House would impeach Secretary Mayorkas. Why would you promise her that you would impeach no matter what the evidence said?
By that time, we'd been through a lot of hearings and reports.
So in November 30th, you did promise her.
No, I don't remember ever promising her anything.
Is she lying, or is she?
I don't know. It could be a misunderstood conversation. That happens all the time in this building.
Yeah, well, boy. But what it sounds to me is like this whole thing is a predetermined, performative political stunt. I mean, it's not about the evidence or the Constitution. I think what's happening here is you guys are doing this because Trump told you to.
Mr. Trump has never asked me to do that, and I want to be on the record with that because the accusation has been made multiple times.
But
and to your point about me being embarrassed, sir, I took this oath to the Constitution when I was 17 at West Point.
Trump tweeted.
The Constitution matters to me.
Trump tweets his.
Not.
Yeah, what I'm learning is that Trump tweets.
Let's not talk over each other because our stenographer has trouble with that.
Yeah, so Trump tweeted that he wanted him gone.
I
so
don't
that's
even
nothing. Yeah, well,
think I follow him.
It's hard for me to believe that the Republicans in this House, do not pay attention to every word that is tweeted or uttered by the former president because you seem to be following his orders to a T. Let me ask you, Chairman Greene, if it gives you any pause that so many staunch Republicans and colleagues of yours say that you have no cognizable basis here for impeachment. I don't know if you've heard these quotes, but I'd like to ask you to respond to some of them. A political stunt, and I'm quoting Secretary Michael Chertoff, who's a Bush administration DHS secretary. Another quote, Secretary Mayorkas did not commit an impeachable offense. He is not guilty of high crimes or misdemeanors. That was Representative Ken Buck, who is a Republican in this House. Mr. Chairman, can I have order in the committee, please?
Yeah, committee will come to order.
Yeah, no. Another quote, these are not impeachable offenses, Representative Tom McClintock. Quote, I haven't seen the constitutional standard met yet, Senator Mitt Romney, who actually ran for president as a Republican nominee against Barack Obama. Quote, there is no current evidence that he is corrupt or committed an impeachable offense. That is why the case has not been made to impeach Alejandro Mayorkas. That was Jonathan Turley. I guess I find it shocking the number of Republicans who have basically come out and said that this is nuts. And these are just moderate Republicans. It's a lot of hardcore conservatives have said, let's hit the brakes here. What is your response to all these people who seem to have a real problem with this on the Republican side?
Well, Mr. Ranking Member, obviously I disagree with them. But as I was saying earlier, I took the oath to the Constitution when I was 17 on the plane at West Point. Spent 24 years living under that oath as an officer in the United States Army. And I will tell you that my oath wasn't to the people, it wasn't to the geography, it wasn't to the flag, it was to the Constitution. Same oath we take for this job. This secretary has disregarded a co-equal branch of government, 7 specific laws that he has subverted and basically had his people break those laws. And I find that having a cabinet secretary get to pick and choose which laws this body passes is unacceptable. And if he were a Republican, I'd be doing the exact same thing.
Well, I appreciate the answer, but that's not the answer to my question. Let me ask you yes or no, and this is really, I think it's a simple yes or one-word answer. Do you think Congress needs to pass new laws to fix our problems at the border?
We absolutely need to pass laws. H.R. 2 is sitting over there waiting on the Senate to pass it.
Well, as you know, we have a Republican-controlled House, barely. You have a democratically controlled Senate, barely. You have a Democratic president. So obviously there has to be some give and take. The Senate has been working in a bipartisan way, and you're saying something that, quite frankly, one of our colleagues said the opposite of last week in the Rules Committee. He said that we didn't need any new laws, but you're saying we need new laws. And I guess if that's the case, what's your response to Speaker Johnson refusing to bring up the Senate bipartisan bill to address the problems at the border? Because I'm just trying to
I
understand
appreciate
the
that
rationale of people complaining that we need to better control our border, but yet there seems to be a pretty tough border security bill coming out of the Senate, and you guys are basically saying dead on arrival.
Well, there's a couple of reasons. Number one, the way this bill is written, it actually facilitates more, just what's happening right now. It codifies the things that are currently against law that Mr. Mayorkas is doing. And it's rather interesting that we're negotiating more law, which I agree, we need to fix some things, to hand to a secretary who has chosen to break the law. I'll give you an example I said in my opening statement. In H.R. 2, we actually requested more Border Patrol agents than the President did in his supplemental. So it's not an issue of we don't want to address needs.
Well,
the issue is what those people are going to be used for. Processing more people into the country is not the right answer. That just creates more of the incentive and brings more waves of people.
Policy disagreements are really not the basis to impeach.
It is to
cabinet
write law, though,
secretaries,
right? It is if we're writing
law. And by the way, just
but
for the
once
record,
it's enacted,
just for the record, Homeland Security is detaining more people at the border than Congress has given them money for.
Sir, they've decreased their requests for ICE detention beds every year.
Right.
That doesn't make sense. They're actually creating the problem.
But going back to my question, which was like, why not have a debate and vote on what some very conservative senators, have negotiated with Democrats? Explain to me why Congress should not have the opportunity to debate or vote on that.
I don't understand why the Senate hasn't debated the bill we sent them and let's get it into conference committee. As I understand it, when we pass a bill like the NDAA, I was on armed services for a while. They pass a version, and then, or they take our version and amend it, and then it goes to conference.
Well, I think the difference here, if I could, just
Please
be clear. I mean, and to the best of my knowledge, and Vice Chair Thompson, I don't think you were asked to sit down and to negotiate with Republicans on H.R. 2, were you? I don't know if anybody was. This was a purely partisan bill. By contrast, in the Senate, they have worked out a partisan bill because I think they realize that a purely partisan bill will probably never see the light of day, will never become law. So the question is, if you want to get something done, you got to work in a bipartisan way. Hey, if you guys maintain control of the House and you win the Senate and you win the presidency, you can do whatever you want to do. That's just not the reality we're dealing with. And I just want to stay for the record. Someone just sent me this breaking news in a statement to Fox News. You guys all watch Fox News. The Border Patrol Union says that they support and endorse the bipartisan border deal negotiated in the Senate, saying it's not perfect, but far better than the status quo. And so, I'm just curious why not welcome an opportunity to have that debate and discussion on the floor? And even if you can't get 100% of what you want, something's better than nothing, I think, right?
Well, if you take the 5,000 that they want to allow to come in every day and multiply that times 365 and multiply that times an average of $15,000 that the drug cartels collect per person, that's how many billions of dollars we're giving to the drug cartel with this bill. And I'm sorry, sir, I just can't support that.
I guess the answer is that...
not this one. Maybe another version, but not this one.
Yeah. Well, the answer is that the hell with bipartisanship.
No, I have a Reagan O'Neill club.
Right, yeah.
I bring Democrats and Republicans to my house. We sit down and negotiate and talk about stuff all the time.
We're the Rules Committee. You can call it up and have amendments to it if you want.
I'll be surprised if it gets out of the Senate, but
I know Trump weighed in. He's against it, so maybe not. You say that you would impeach a Republican, for if a Republican were releasing people back into the United States.
No, sir. I said if they were violating the laws passed by this body.
Okay, but you keep on talking like somehow that the border was solved when Trump was
No,
president.
no, there were people who came in,
so in the
but it was fixed.
In the final 2 years of Trump's presidency, the Cato Institute which my friends on the other side of the aisle like to quote, says that there were 700,000 migrants released into the United States pending their immigration proceedings. Was that Trump's DHS Secretary Nielsen's fault?
I'd have, which year are you talking about, Mr.
In the
Ranking
final
Member?
2 years of Donald Trump's presidency.
So 700,000 over 2 years.
That's what Cato says. And was Secretary Nielsen's fault? Should she have been impeached for that?
As I understood the way she executed the law, she attempted to detain first, and then when the resources were exceeded, there were people that were on a case-by-case basis paroled into the country. The current methodology, as the courts have ruled, is just the opposite.
The resources are exceeded now, Chairman Green.
No, they're leaving ICE detention beds empty.
Yeah. Well, I mean, anyway. But should she have been impeached for that?
As I said, and as the courts have ruled, Mr. Mayorkas, contrary to even Barack Obama, many other presidents, secretaries of Homeland Security, has done just the opposite of what they've all done, and he is releasing immediately into the country against the laws written by this Congress.
Yeah. You know what? I'm going to. It is so sad that this is what we are doing right now. I want to ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a Wall Street Journal article entitled "Don't Impeach Alejandro Mayorkas" by Michael Chertoff.
Without objection, so ordered.
And let me just quote a little bit from this article. And he said, and I quote, I can say with confidence that for all the investigating that the House Committee on Homeland Security has done, they have failed to put forth evidence that meets the bar. He went on to say, quote, I don't agree with every policy decision the Biden administration has made. There are aspects of immigration strategy that are worthy of debate. But House Republicans are ducking difficult policy work and hard-fought compromise. Impeachment is a diversion from fixing our broken immigration laws and giving DHS the resources needed to secure the border. You know, I say that, I want to highlight this because this is a Republican who is in the former head of Department of Homeland Security. And one of the things that, he and others have said, even those who may not agree with everything that Secretary Mayorkas has done, is that he is a decent and honorable public servant who has given his life in service to this country. And the fact that for political purposes, because that's what this is all about, this is the first time that we have ever impeached a sitting cabinet member. First time we've ever tried to. And I hope at the end of the day that there'll be enough Republicans who will understand the severity of what we are doing here. But to go after a good, honorable, decent man, to try to drag his name through the mud like this, I think is unconscionable. We want good people, Democrats and Republicans, to serve in government. As I said before, if policy disagreements were the basis to be able to impeach cabinet secretaries, I would have voted to impeach every one of the secretaries in the last administration. I think they were horrible, horrible. But that's not the way it works. I don't know. Let me ask Mr. Thompson if he has anything he wants to add.
Well, thank you very much. I think the issue for a lot of us is that Congress makes the laws. The administration deals with the policy. All the issues that have been identified in this impeachment, there's a fix that Congress can do. The secretary has to do it within whatever the law is. He's tried. He's had opportunities to interpret the policies and try to make them work. But we need to provide more resources to the department. Only Congress can do that. We need to make sure that we have more patrol along the border. Congress can do that. We need technology. We need a lot of those things. And one of the things that concerns me the most is that a majority of the people on the committee who have had an opportunity to vote and provide resources to the department voted against providing resources. Now you want to impeach the man because you say he's not doing his job because the border is not secure. Give him the resources. We try to give the resources. A majority of our committee that has had an opportunity to vote to provide resources to DHS voted against it.
I appreciate that. And again, with all the things that we should be doing, that we're here doing this, which to me is purely political, is really a shame. I'm looking at the Committee on Homeland Security and kind of what you guys have been working on or not working on. Your committee, Chairman Green, has held zero full committee hearings on emergency preparedness, cyber threats, infrastructure protection, transportation security, Department of Homeland Security management, or information sharing and intelligence efforts. Your committee has marked up only 14 bills thus far this Congress, compared to the 36 bills passed out of the committee by this same time last Congress under Democratic control. And instead, we are here bringing this sham impeachment to this committee today. I would urge that maybe some attention be given to these other matters, which are clearly important for the security of our country. And I want to close with going back to Senator Langford, again, an impeccably conservative senator, who said, some of his quotes were, quite frankly, I was surprised at some folks that said, it'll take me days and weeks to be able to read through the bill. This is the bill that the Senate Democrats and Republicans have came to an agreement on. Yet within a few minutes, they tweeted out their opposition after saying it's going to take them days or weeks to read the bill. He said on a Fox News interview, the key aspect of this, again, is we are, as Republicans, going to have press conferences and complain the border is bad and then intentionally leave it open, ? And he said, I would remind folks that during the Trump administration, we also had days of more than 4,000 people that were illegally crossing the border in 2019, and they were struggling because there were gaps and loopholes in the law. And again, on impeachment, he said, Mayorkas is carrying out President Biden's policies. You can swap secretaries, the policies are going to be exactly the same. And I think the follow-up to that is unless you change the laws. And what this is all about here today is not about securing the border. It is not about stopping the flow of fentanyl into the United States. It is not about anything that matters to anybody in this country. This is politics at its worst. This is a, Marjorie Taylor Greene production. And if that's the face of the Republican Party right now, I'll have at it. I feel bad for my Republican colleagues who, many of them I know better. But this is not what we should be doing. And again, in defense of Secretary Mayorkas, he's a good, honorable, decent man. He doesn't deserve this. Doesn't deserve this. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair thanks the gentleman. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Chairman Green, I just want to congratulate you on all the hard work you put into this. Is there anything that you would like to say in response to the previous comments or any additional information you'd like to add?
I think there are a couple of things I'd like to address, and thank you for that. This is actually the second time, Cabinet Secretary, other times when one's been, brought, but one that was successful before this, the only one that's been successful was Mr. Belknap. And Article 3 on his impeachment was simply, he was doing a horrible job that harmed the country. Now, I know we've had discussions about maladministration, and I'm not here making the case for impeachment for maladministration. I'm making the case, and my committee is making the case, that he's breaking the laws. And it's interesting. Congress, we talk about Congress makes the laws. I don't have to explain this in this room. They execute the laws. The ranking member just talked about that. But if you go back to the Iran-Contra hearings, the Democrats who made the recommendation from that hearing said very specifically the president cannot pick and choose which laws he wants to enforce. It is clear that the president, this body writes the laws, they enforce them, period. And very clearly, Mr. Mayorkas has picked and chosen which laws he's going to enforce, many of which he's actually subverted and done just the opposite. So 7 of them to be exact. So those are a couple of comments to address what was said before. Thank you.
Thanks, Chairman Green. I appreciate it. With that, I yield back.
The gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized for any questions she might have for the panel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As one of the members of Congress who has the honor of representing Philadelphia as the birthplace of both our nation and the Constitution, I take particularly seriously references to what the Constitution does and does not require. And I have to agree with the ranking member that none of these sham impeachments brought by the MAGA majority in this Congress appear to be led by constitutional scholars. When the framers gathered in Philadelphia to write the Constitution in 1787, they spent months passionately drafting and debating the contours of that document and our new republic. They created a government by and for the people, laying out distinct branches and a system of checks and balances. And while they deemed it necessary to give Congress the power of impeachment, the framers were clear from the outset that they believed impeachment would be limited to situations that were extraordinary, solemn, and rare. If Marjorie Taylor Greene and her colleagues cared about the founding of the Constitution, then they would be familiar with the debates from 1787, when the framers debated what would qualify as impeachable offenses. They rejected the idea that impeachment could be used for malpractice or maladministration or neglect of duty, saving that most extreme sanction for instances involving bribery, treason, and high crimes and misdemeanors, a term which has a special constitutional meaning. They would know that Hamilton warned in Federalist 65 of the danger that impeachment might be driven by animosities and factions, and cautioned that, and I quote, "there will always be the greatest danger that the decision to impeach will be regulated more by the comparative strength of the parties than by the real demonstrations of innocence or guilt." And isn't that what we have here today? A cynical, partisan impeachment divorced from real evidence of innocence or guilt, brought solely to score cheap political points. It is outrageous, and real constitutional scholars and the American people know it. The truth is that for more than a year, House Republicans, in the chokehold of some of their most extreme members, have been jonesing to impeach somebody, anybody, in this administration. They've been guided not by constitutional scholars, but by the demands of the disgraced former president and his most shameless and servile followers. Even if all of the allegations in this resolution were true, which they are most certainly not, there's nothing in this impeachment resolution that rises to the level of an impeachable offense. Instead, we have a naked political ploy to smear a dedicated public servant because the House majority and former president would rather campaign on border issues than solve them. And frankly, I'm sad to say, coming from this majority, that's hardly shocking. The weaponization of our Constitution in the impeachment process over policy disputes after the MAGA majority has refused to engage with bipartisan proposals and requests for resources is unprincipled. It is shocking to see members of the House using solemn constitutional powers to intimidate public servants, to take down political rivals, and to undermine faith in the integrity of our country's institutions. Not for the first time in recent years, members of Congress must decide where their loyalties lie. Is it to the oath they made to be faithful to our Constitution, or is it with the former president and the MAGA extremists who run this House? Because that is the choice presented by this resolution. I hope that this time our colleagues find the courage to choose the Constitution, but based upon the proceedings so far, I fear that they will not. Ranking Member Thompson, I understand that the Committee on Homeland Security took testimony from a number of leading nonpartisan constitutional scholars, which you reported in your dissenting views on HRES 863. That testimony echoed that of scholars who've testified in past impeachment hearings. Can you talk a little bit about the constitutional standard for impeachment, and what did the scholars say to the committee?
Well, thank you very much. We had witnesses before the committee that basically said that impeachment is not a tool that can be used as a penalty, but it is clearly an extraordinary remedy under the Constitution. It's not a tool for policy or political differences. The framers also never intended for the legislative branch to wield its impeachment power to extort political changes from the executive branch. And so what we heard during our hearings is just the opposite of what the framers intended and what the testimony we heard from expert witnesses before the committee. And just a reminder that the federal government has wide discretion on how to enforce the laws. The Supreme Court has not found till this day that Secretary Mayorkas has broken any law. So for whatever reason, the high crimes and misdemeanor accusations have not been proven. And so we take the position in opposition to this impeachment resolution because of that.
I mean, it is remarkable to know what is in the constitutional debates, to hear what leading scholars say, both in the testimony that you heard and in testimony we've heard in recent years, including from Jonathan Turley, for example, who is brought to us repeatedly as a Republican expert, saying that what is alleged here is not high crimes and misdemeanors, does not constitute impeachable offenses. So this is a political ploy in search of a justification, and it certainly doesn't meet the constitutional standard.
You know, we disagree as Democrats and Republicans all the time. I think it's how ultimately things become law. Those disagreements are discussed. But at this point, where we are moving with this impeachment is far beyond what the framers intended. And I think it's being used to satisfy some extremists in the other party for the wrong reason. We can differ. I've been on the committee ever since it was created, and I've never seen the committee move in this direction. Historically, we've been very bipartisan. The legislation the chairman is referring to in terms of House Bill 2, we were not allowed any amendments or anything as it related to the committee. I mean, it just rammed it down our throat. And that's not who we are. When the enemy shows up, they don't ask party, they don't ask anything. They just want to harm Americans. And I would long for the day for that kind of leadership to come back to the committee so we can start continuing to protect the greatest country in the world, as well as the best and finest citizens that I know, and they are Americans.
I think many people across this country and across this Congress share your desire to see this place function as it's meant to be, and without it being based on bullying and my way or the highway. Zero-sum game doesn't work for Congress. It certainly doesn't work for my constituents, and I appreciate your testimony. I yield back.
Thank you. Gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized for any questions you may have for the panel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I don't even know where to begin. I am sitting here listening to the other side of the aisle talk about impeachment as a political stunt and other various things that they're calling to discredit it. I was trying to take a few notes talking about cynical, politically driven impeachment, purely political, and it just seems very odd coming from that side of the aisle after what we've witnessed the few years before we were in the majority. Given that, Chairman Green, you know, they're saying all this and they're saying it's driven by policy differences, but what you have developed a clear case of willfully failing to enforce the laws Congress has tasked the administration with carrying out. And when Congress instructs the executive branch through legislation, is abiding by the instruction optional?
No, it is not. And it is the law of the land when we pass it, and they have a responsibility. As I mentioned before, the Iran-Contra hearing where Democrats said the president doesn't get to pick and choose which of these he wants. It's interesting, this memorandum from Secretary Mayorkas directs DHS employees to violate the law in terms of detaining criminal felons. The law is very specific. It even lists the types of felons. And yet here he told ICE that is not a reason to detain. And those individuals are basically directed by the Secretary to not detain them when they're criminal felons. Now, we're not talking about just people who violated the law coming in. We're talking about criminal felons. So that is contrary to the laws this body passed and actually listed the crimes. He doesn't get to pick and choose. And so, yeah, it's not optional. And thank you for asking the question.
And I was going to ask you if you had examples that you wanted to put on the record, and you had it right there in writing. So I appreciate that.
Sure.
Because of your investigations, you are able to have the proof that you need to proceed. And I find it just ridiculous that they continue to call this a political stunt and all kinds of things, because you have the proof that you need. You have done your investigation. You have done your work. You have made a solid case. And I appreciate that. And if there's anything else you have to add that I know there's going to be a few more questions, but if there's anything else, because I am so disappointed that that's the tack that my colleagues have taken from the other side. And so I want to make sure that you are able to say anything that you want to in defense.
Sure, this notion about what the framers intended, and I actually have a quote from a Federalist 65, but I really want to go, I know y'all's evenings were very busy, so I'll go straight to the guy who helped write the Constitution, Mr. James Madison. When he ran for Congress, became a congressman, and they were debating the formation of what would become the State Department. And the debate on the floor of the House was, well, what if we create this department, what happens if an untrustworthy person gets in the job? And this is what James Madison said. If an unworthy man be continued in office by an unworthy president, the House of Representatives can at any time impeach him, and the Senate can remove him, whether the president chooses to or not. The founders insisted that Congress has an ability to impeach unworthy cabinet officials, not just presidents. Public officials who refuse to comply with the laws of Congress and breach the public trust are exactly the type of unworthy men that James Madison called them, who were, worthy of impeachment. Our investigation found at least 7 laws where he's disregarded this co-equal branch of government. 40-plus times where I've sent requests for information, he's just refused, not even responding to the oversight responsibilities that we have. We asked him 4 different times to come before our committee. He said no or evaded. Judicial rulings have said cease and, to stop doing certain things, and he's ignored those court rulings. The separate branches of government was set up by our country to prevent tyranny, by our founders to prevent tyranny. And yet he's just operating however he wants to, contravening the laws, disregarding court orders. That's not what we should expect from a cabinet secretary. And it is why I'm passionate about this. Thank you.
And I appreciate that, Chairman Green. And it truly is disappointing that our colleagues don't recognize that and they can't see the facts there you've got on paper, that you've talked about the judicial proceedings. And so it's very disappointing that they won't actually help us with this and make sure that the laws are followed. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you. Gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized for any questions you may have for the panel.
Thank you, Chairman. So we're back here again with extreme Republican politics of grievance and acrimony, chaos over governance. So what I want to do, though, is make sure that we don't become numb to this kind of behavior and to this kind of legislating. Because we must condemn political vengeance and Trump's desire for political revenge every single time it rears its ugly head. when MAGA Marjorie Taylor Greene, as you pointed out, files 10 impeachment proceedings and censure motions, we should say no. Reasonable Republicans should say no. And indeed, as our ranking member pointed out, reasonable Republicans have said no. Former Homeland Security Secretary, as you pointed out, said that the Republicans have failed to put forth evidence that meets the bar. Ken Buck, one of your colleagues, said this is a policy difference. Over and over again, we're hearing that there is a distinction and policy differences do not rise to what the Constitution calls for with impeachment. And to talk about unworthy men is precisely an issue that then James Madison went on to define. So I would point out that after that discussion was had, there was an attempt to say maladministration. So we don't like your policy, right? Maladministration should be a cause for impeachment. So, Chairman Green, your point about unworthy, James Madison himself argued against allowing maladministration or policy differences for being a point of impeachment. He said, James Madison, and I would quote this, as he sought to defeat that Constitutional Convention amendment, he said, that would be equivalent, quote unquote, equivalent to a tenure doing pleasure of the Senate. There was indeed an effort to make sure there was a separation of powers. So as our ranking member Thompson pointed out, if you don't like what they're doing, take them to court. If you don't like what they're doing, there are remedies unless it is treason, bribery, or high crimes and misdemeanors. So the Constitutional Convention rejected a vague standard of simply unworthy, and instead, I would hope that my reasonable Republicans would also reject this attempt. And I think it is very different than what we've pointed out has happened before. Ranking Member Thompson, I need to tell you that I am so grateful for the work that you did as chair of the January 6th committee, because you shone a bright light for all Americans to see on prime time and in detail how close we came, how close the insurrectionists came to the members of Congress, some of whom are sitting here today, and our staff, how close we came to allowing a president who had lost an election, who knew he had lost election, from staying in power. And I know from watching you in those hearings how much you believe in our democracy, how much you have worked, as you pointed out, during your entire tenure. The entire time there's been a Homeland Security Committee, you've been on it. So share with us a bit of what you see when you look at what happened around January 6th and how close we came there and what we're looking at now with this Mayorkas impeachment.
Well, thank you very much. I think there are sharp differences between this sham impeachment and the work of the bipartisan January 6th Select Committee. The Select Committee uncovered actual crimes committed by the former president. In fact, he's facing trial for some of them in federal court and in Georgia right now. Those are clearly impeachable offenses. Republicans cannot allege that Secretary Mayorkas has committed any particular crime, let alone a high crime and misdemeanor. Instead, they're relying on vague and poorly written charges. The other comment I make is that in reviewing Secretary Mayorkas' enforcement guidelines that was referred to earlier, the Supreme Court recognized that setting immigration enforcement guidelines is necessary and common. They sided with Secretary Mayorkas 8-1. So they're saying you have to use the discretion of the secretary to administer the laws. It's not a, here it is, you have to do the best you can with it. And it's that discretion that the court says the secretary has, and it continues to rule in that favor. So again, there's no bribery alleged against Secretary Mayorkas. There's no documented high crime or misdemeanor, as we have had in other impeachment settings. So again, it's people saying we're going to impeach him and not using any facts that will hold up in a court of law. Obviously, the impeachment will go through the House, and if it passes, it will go to the Senate. But it's so unfortunate that the last time we even brought it up was 148 years ago. And here we are at this point, 148 years later, with what a lot of us think is, in fact, a sham impeachment. We can work it out as Democrats and Republicans, but the die was already cast before we even considered any of the other so-called charges. One of the things I can tell you, I offered a simple amendment that the Secretary be afforded due process. And I was ruled out of order. And then I offered an amendment in the markup, and it was defeated. I mean, that's how we as a country got to our greatness, is assuming that everyone has an opportunity not just to face his or her accuser, but also have an opportunity to provide a defense. We made that effort to just set some ground rules consistent with the rules of every other impeachment hearing, and it was failed. So it was clear when due process failed in the markup, I knew democracy was in trouble.
Democracy was in trouble. And I think that that's part of the concern, is that when we are using impeachment process rather than elections, policy issues are for elections, that we are using this impeachment process for something it's not intended. And, the chairman referenced the Belknap impeachment. Bribery. What was the real reason why Belknap was impeached? It was bribery. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is that correct?
You asked me?
Bribery.
Actually, the third article was his failure to do his job.
Well, but
There were three articles of impeachment on him. Yeah. There were crimes, you're right.
Right.
But clearly our founders did not intend for it to be just crimes.
Can you share with us what the crimes were?
Bribery.
Bribery. So in that instance, he was getting a cut from a trader. Is that correct? And
Well,
he was living a lavish lifestyle, big parties, had lots more money than his salary would have intended.
No doubt.
Yeah, so he was engaged in bribery.
He was. He did engage in a crime, but they also put a third article on there for failing to do his job.
Yeah. But the real issue was bribery.
And President Nixon didn't commit a crime himself, but had several impeachment articles against him for being dishonest and for not following the law.
So, but as we know, using Belknap, who engaged in bribery, using President Nixon, who, while I actually agree with some of the actions President Nixon did as policy, amazingly, he did some very good things. To use Nixon as an example, when he resigned
I'm using the
in disgrace,
example of the impeachment people going against him, not Mr. Nixon.
Nixon resigned in disgrace.
Just to be clear.
But I would ask, besides, so talking about bribery and the salaries, besides the salary as a public servant, did you receive any testimony that Secretary Mayorkas received any financial benefits, Chairman?
No, that's not in the article. Okay. The articles are about him violating the laws passed by Congress with his memos and other things. Yeah. That's not even in our article,
right.
So no, of course not.
Well, of course not. There was nothing like that. Yep. Professor Deborah Pearlstein testified in her testimony, right, Ranking Member? She says impeachable offenses against the public trust or instances in which an official is willfully acting for his own benefit or his own power or foreign power. And she found no evidence of any financial benefit flowing for him, no political benefit. In fact, our ranking member has pointed out that this is a thankless job, that he took on a job for which he has been attacked daily out of his love of this country. So I'm struck by a floor speech from the Republican chairman of the Subcommittee on Immigration, Integrity, Security, Enforcement, Republican Tom Clintock, who described this attempt to impeach Secretary Mayorkas as a, open quote, perilous path. He said House Resolution 863 would, open quote, utterly destroy the separation of powers at the heart of our Constitution. Ranking Member Thompson, do you want to elaborate on why you think that this is so dangerous to the separation of powers?
Well, you know, the framers of our Constitution, as a number of people have indicated, they spent a lot of time putting this document together, and I think they respect the separation of powers. And so we make the laws. And after we make the laws, we pass them on, ostensibly for the executive branch to carry forth. In this instance with the secretary, we don't give him enough resources to do a job, so he has to use whatever level that he can to address the problem. And so in trying to address the problem without the proper resources, he's doing the best job he can. But he's not breaking the law. He's just doing the best he can with the resources that Congress has provided. As I said, a majority of our committee who's had an opportunity to vote on provide more resources to the department have voted against providing resources. Now they want to impeach a man for not doing his job when you didn't give him the resources to do it.
So, to concur, when you say the majority, the Republicans have voted against providing Mayorkas with the resources necessary to do the job. Is that?
That's correct.
Yes. And as I understand, they've also refused to entertain the supplemental appropriations request sent to the Hill in October. And now, as we've heard, they're trying to sink the bipartisan Senate border bill because Trump told them, sink the bipartisan border bill.
Well, it's disingenuous to say the border is broken, and when opportunities to put resources to address those issues, you vote against them. And then we get word that the president, former president, is saying he's against the bipartisan bill, but he's for the impeachment of Secretary Mayorkas. None of that makes any sense. We have to put resources that our men and women need along the border. The technology is so important. It's a force multiplier for security. In order to do it, we have to invest in it. And at every opportunity, when we don't invest, we make that border a vulnerable situation. The secretary can only do with what the resources we provide him.
Yes. So you keep saying it doesn't make any sense, but it does make a very crass political sense. Is if you want to run on this and you want to have the chaos, because Republicans seem to run on chaos. But sadly, we actually do know what an impeachable offense looks like, because the American people lived through what evidence of high crimes and misdemeanors look like. We in this room lived through what evidence of high crimes and misdemeanor looked like when insurrectionists stormed the Capitol, threatened to hang Vice President Pence and kill Speaker Pelosi. They attacked us because Trump wanted to delay certification and, in essence, overturn the 2020 election. That violent attack on our democracy led to the death of 5 law enforcement officers and seriously injured 140 more officers. That's what an impeachable offense looks like. That's what high crimes and misdemeanors looks like. 179 Republicans voted against impeaching Trump for an insurrection that they witnessed firsthand as they ran for cover or barricaded themselves in their office. And I assume many of those same Republicans will vote for this sham and unprecedented impeachment of a cabinet member where there is no evidence of any financial harm or crime. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the January 30th, 2024 Wall Street Journal editorial board's article, "Impeaching Mayorkas Achieves Nothing. A policy dispute doesn't qualify as a high crime and misdemeanor."
Without objection.
So the op-ed points out that House Republicans, open quote, dislike how the administration is interpreting immigration law. But Congress has failed, close quote. So they point out that's Congress that has failed to reform our immigration laws. As we heard from our ranking member, it's Congress that has failed to provide for the resources that are needed. The op-ed goes on, and the Wall Street Journal is not seen by anybody as, I think, a liberal rag. It's a reputable journal, often described by some as conservative. I'm not taking a stand there. But they end with this sentence: "Grandstanding is easier than governing." And Republicans have to decide whether to accomplish anything other than impeaching Democrats. Grandstanding is easier than governing. I end where I began, that Republicans don't seem to be able to govern. Ranking member pointed out how little legislation has come out of this Congress, pointed out how little legislation has come out of Homeland Security. We need to get back to the business of bipartisan legislation that solves the problems rather than seeking to get camera clicks and impeachment articles written up where we know they're not going anywhere because there is nothing there. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for whatever questions he may have for the panel.
Thank you, Chairman Cole. Ranking Member Thompson, were you chairman of the January 6th committee?
Yes,
And what was the purpose of that committee?
to look at the facts and circumstances that brought about the actions of January 6th and make recommendations as to Congress and that it would not happen again.
And so it included things up to January 6th and also including the day of January 6th.
That's correct.
Is it true that the Secret Service cell phone records were deleted for that day on January 6th?
I'm not certain that all of them. We had difficulty with getting some of them.
Was your investigation hindered in part by the deletion of those Secret Service text messages?
We could have had a better and more thorough report had we had access to all those records.
When did you discover those messages were deleted?
During the course of the investigation.
Who was the Secretary of Homeland Security at that time?
January,
No, when you discovered the messages were deleted.
Alejandro Mayorkas.
Secretary Mayorkas was the Secretary of Homeland Security when you found out those messages were deleted.
Yes, as best I can recollect.
Do you recollect making this statement with Ms. Cheney? And I'll ask to submit this for the record. It's a July 20th, 2022 statement by Thompson and Cheney on the United States Secret Service's response to the Select Committee subpoena. I won't read the whole thing, but here I believe you said, 4 House committees had already sought these critical records from the Department of Homeland Security before the records were apparently lost. Additionally, the procedure for preserving content prior to this purge appears to have been contrary to federal records retention requirements and may represent a possible violation of the Federal Records Act. The Select Committee is seeking additional Secret Service records as well. Every effort must be made to retrieve the lost data as well. Do you still believe there may have been a violation of the Federal Records Act?
Yes.
And when do you think these Secret Service records were deleted?
They were deleted when President Trump was in office. We found out about him later.
So, here's a statement of Anthony Guglielmi, Chief of Communications for the United States Secret Service, on accusations of deleted text for DHS Inspector General. I asked unanimous consent to submit this for the record.
Without objection.
And I also asked unanimous consent, if I forgot to do it, for the Thompson-Cheney statement.
Without objection, so ordered.
So here, this is from the Secret Service themselves. Now, I believe that, before I get into that, I believe there were 4 committees chaired by Democrats who asked for preservation of all communications, including electronic communications, the Secret Service on January 6th. This is relevant because the Secret Service works for Homeland Security, correct?
They're in the Homeland.
Yeah, they're in Homeland Security. Some people may think they're in Treasury, but after 9/11, they were transferred to Homeland Security. So here's what the Secret Service said about those records. It says that the OIG requested the communications on February 26th after the migration was well underway. The Secret Service notified DHS OIG of the loss of certain phones' data, but confirmed to OIG that none of the texts it was seeking had been lost in the migration. I think we later found out they were lost, but what he says is on February 26th, the migration was underway. Didn't say it was complete, said it was underway. Now, Secretary Mayorkas was confirmed on February 2nd. So this would have been 24 days after that the Secret Service themselves is saying they're still in the process of migrating. Now, what the Secret Service claimed is that they switched phones and phone providers and then deleted all of the old phones. But it seems, according to the Secret Service, that they were still in the process of doing that while Secretary Mayorkas was in charge of Homeland Security, which is the umbrella over the Secret Service. So I forgot if I asked you, do you still think it appears that there may have been a violation of the Federal Records Act?
Well, the issue of that with the Secret Service came up when the IG was trying to get access to the record and did not tell us that he was trying to get access to the record. We found that out later in the investigation.
Who kept you from getting access?
Well, to be honest with you, a number of us wrote 4 of us signed a letter asking for that information. But in reality, we were not afforded that opportunity to get it. But at the time we asked for it, the Trump administration was still there as president.
So did Secretary Mayorkas hold anybody accountable for the deletion of those records and those cell phone records?
I'm not aware of it.
Are you still trying to get them from Secretary Mayorkas?
Well, you know, our committee has disbanded.
So you're not interested in that and pursuing that any further. The fact that you said, I'm going to read your words back to you, appears to be contrary to the federal records retention requirements and may represent a possible violation of the Federal Records Act. I think if 4 committees of Congress gave a preservation notice and the Secret Service deleted those communications, that's obstruction of Congress. I think we should still be looking into that, regardless of when we found out about it, and frankly, regardless of who the president is. But it seems to me that Mayorkas hasn't done anything about this. And according to the Secret Service statement from 2022, it looks like they were still in the process of deleting these cell phone records when Mayorkas was secretary. I would hope that he would be as troubled about this as I am. Let me ask you, let me tie this back. Who is responsible on January 6th? Who was responsible for the health and well-being of the incoming vice president?
Of the incoming?
This would be Senator Kamala Harris at the time. She was under the protection of them.
Well, obviously, Secret Service.
Correct, the Secret Service. So where was she on January 6th while all this was going on over at the Capitol?
I don't know.
Do you know there were pipe bombs allegedly present on January 6th?
I know there were 2 pipe bombs, one at the Democratic headquarters and one at the Republican.
So you're in charge of the entire investigation of what happened on January 6th and what led up to January 6th, and you don't know that the vice president was in the incoming vice president was in the DNC when that pipe bomb was sitting there.
I don't, you know, we did not, our investigation was looking at the facts and circumstances. We knew that there were pipe bombs. I'm sure the evidence will say she was wherever she is, but, you know, I'm trying to get to your point.
Okay. Well, my point is, if this bomb had gone off just a few feet from her, this could have been the worst assassination since JFK. And I looked at your January 6th report, and can you tell me what you wrote about this pipe bomb and the fact that she was almost blown up that day?
The gentleman,
Not right now.
No, it's in the report in terms of the submission. It's not in the 850-page document.
So you guys did, your committee did investigate the pipe bomb or did not investigate the pipe bomb?
Well, I'm trying to figure out, we're not a criminal investigation. We are, you know, we were an oversight body looking at the facts and circumstances. We were not a criminal body to see who laid the bomb or anything like that.
Okay, I'll give you that, but here's, it seems like a lot of criminal indictments came out of your, the result of your investigation. But here's my concern. So we unearthed a video, I don't know if you've seen it, when that second pipe bomb is found. And the Secret Service, it's a videotape of the DNC, and a person who doesn't have a uniform on, we're told it's a Capitol Hill police officer, found that bomb, walked over to incoming Vice President Kamala Harris's detail, told them there was a pipe bomb. Now, I believe that to be true because I've since talked to the Capitol Police and talked to one of the people on the scene that day. They went over and told the Secret Service detail there was a pipe bomb there. On this video, about 4 minutes elapse before the Secret Service responds. This is why I'm interested. I know you were very interested at one point in the deletion of these Secret Service text messages, but this is why I am interested, and I would have thought the January 6th committee would have been interested in the 2 most threatening weapons that were present on January 6th that day. But what happens is a police officer without a uniform on, but must have been known as a police officer to the Secret Service, tells the Secret Service, there's a bomb over here. It takes them 4 minutes for the Secret Service to respond. It takes them 10 minutes to evacuate Kamala Harris, and this bomb is maybe 15 feet from the building that she's in. And this is why I wonder if you're still the least, bit curious about why Secretary Mayorkas has not followed up on the deletion of all these Secret Service texts. Does it bother you that they deleted them?
Well, it bothers me that we did not have access to all the tapes, but it also is within the purview of the OIG. And we don't have any say-so as to what they do until they finish their report. To my knowledge, they've not completed that report.
Well, there were 4 committees, as you told us here, that requested preservation of those Secret Service communications, and they specifically said including electronic communications. And then the Secret Service proceeds to migrate the phones to a different carrier and destroy the phones that were in their possession. Part of this migration, at least part of this migration, happened while Secretary Mayorkas was in charge of the DHS, which is what the Secret Service is part of and reports to. This is concerning to me. I don't know if I would have drafted the same articles of impeachment that we see here today. I think if you gave 435 people the job, you'd get 435 answers. But one of the things that concerns me greatly is here we had on January 6th, what we are being told are by the FBI and the ATF, viable bombs within just feet of the incoming vice president, first African-American female vice president in the history of this country, is within feet of a bomb, a viable bomb, for over an hour. The Secret Service takes forever to respond to it. And here we have Secretary Mayorkas, who was over all of this, not on that day, but I'm not as concerned about that day as I am now about the information we can't get and the information that he hasn't tried to get, as far as I can tell. And I've spoken to the OIG about this. There's apparently it's still the word of the Secret Service that this stuff is deleted and it ain't never coming back, because they didn't just delete the electronics, they destroyed the phones. This is concerning to me. I believe you were correct when you made this joint statement with Ms. Cheney, saying that there was a possible violation of the Federal Records Act. And when there is a possible violation of the Federal Records Act in response to and in contravention of a Preservation Act from Congress, which is trying to investigate this very serious event, I think it's the most serious but least investigated event of January 6th. The fact that there was a pipe bomb just feet from the vice president and the Secret Service. They didn't find it when they swept the area, apparently, and they didn't respond to it for minutes after they heard it was there. But I am concerned that Secretary Mayorkas is either through acts of commission or omission involved in this obstruction of Congress. You said it was a possible violation of the Federal Records Act. I agree with you. I think it is a violation of the Federal Records Act. I don't think we've had such a clear-cut case, and I don't think we've had such a clear-cut case of obstruction. So I think we owe it to the people to get to the bottom of this. Secretary Mayorkas is no help. He's still stymieing the OIG, still claiming that there's no way that you could get these records, these communications. And I think it's a very serious charge. And I would have included it, frankly, myself. We sit here and we ask these questions in these hearings, and they say, oh, Congressman, that's a subject of an ongoing investigation. We cannot answer your question. But when they say that to the OIG, we have another problem. These are the people that are set up to oversee what we're supposed to not be privy to, although I would argue that we should be able to get that too. And I believe that your committee And the other committees, of which there were 4 who asked for these records, were within their rights and obligations to the American people to get those Secret Service cell phone texts. But they apparently don't exist anymore. And they disappeared when? When Mayorkas was Secretary of Department of Homeland Security. I've got a real problem with that. Do you want to say anything before I conclude, Mr. Thompson?
Well, I put it to you like that. Chairman Green has subpoena power with our committee. If he wants to look into that, I'll support it.
Are you concerned about the lackadaisical attitude of the secret? Or maybe you haven't seen the video. Have you seen the video of this discovery of the second pipe bomb?
No. Let me just say, a lot of what you've said here today, I have not been privy to. But I am of the opinion that if the chairman wants to look into that, you convince him to issue the subpoena, I'll go with him.
If I would like to show you that video at some point. I'm surprised your committee did not find it. I mean, there were 2 bombs that day, and according to FBI and ATF and Capitol Police, they were operable, viable bombs. One of them was just feet from Kamala Harris, who was going to become the Vice President of the United States. And the Secret Service sat there in their patrol car. It looks to me like they finished eating their lunch before they got out to look at it. And then it was 10 minutes. This is all on video. 10 minutes before they got Kamala Harris out of there. And again, it is Secretary Mayorkas who oversaw the production of these documents, these texts, which were never produced. And that's a real problem for me. With that, I yield back.
Thank you. Gentleman from Colorado is recognized for whatever questions he has of the panel.
I thank the chairman. First, let me just say I'll thank the gentleman, Mr. Massey, for reminding us of one of the darkest days in the history of our republic, January 6th. And by the way, a day that ultimately led to a permissible and appropriate and prudent and necessary impeachment when former President Trump was impeached for his conduct leading up to and, of course, including January 6th. I find it fascinating that my friend from Kentucky takes issue with the work of the committee, apparently shows great interest in the work of the committee. I believe he voted against creating the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on our nation's capital, a bipartisan committee that was led with great distinction and integrity by then-chairman, now-ranking member Thompson. I think it's patently absurd to ask questions regarding what was a thorough and comprehensive multi-year investigation without giving the benefit to the witnesses of having the report and the evidentiary record to be able to answer the gentleman's questions. By the way, of course, we're here on a completely different subject, the baseless impeachment that House Republicans have initiated against Secretary Mayorkas. I, for one, am grateful for the work that the January 6th committee did and for Chairman Thompson's leadership of the same. I have a number of questions with respect to the actual subject that we are gathered here today to talk about, but before I get into that, I do want to give Chairman Thompson, Ranking Member Thompson, an opportunity, to the extent he'd like one, to respond and perhaps make any comments with respect to the gentleman from Kentucky's soliloquy or diatribe or whatever we want to call it.
Well, whatever the gentleman from Kentucky has uncovered, it's still not too late to provide that information to the authorities, and hopefully we can capture some people. And I would encourage him to do so. I think we all ought to be embarrassed at what happened on January 6th, but we also should fear some of the danger that went on that day. And I hope our report talks about how misinformation improperly promulgated causes people to do strange things, including planting pipe bombs. So if there's evidence somewhere between ATF, Secret Service, FBI, I think they should be made aware of the videos, and I look forward to, if the chairman decides to move on some subpoenas with whomever, it would be a good opportunity to add to the record of the work of the Select Committee.
I thank the ranking member, and again, extend to him, I think, our gratitude for the work that the Select Committee on January 6th accomplished. Chairman Green, I want to talk to you about the subject that we're gathered here to talk about, which is the impeachment proceedings that you've initiated and the resolution against Secretary Mayorkas. It's pretty clear to me, I suspect to most Americans who've been watching this proceeding and who watch the proceeding tomorrow on the floor, that this is a total waste of time. It is going nowhere, and it is a distraction from the real necessary work that Congress needs to perform to address the consequential challenges that we face as a country. Chairman Green, I have an editorial here. I'm going to enter it into the record. The title is Americans Are the Victims of the Impeachment Inquiry. It's an opinion piece. The subtext is, a lot of bipartisan legislation that enjoys widespread support sits gathering dust while Congress focuses on the impeachment inquiry. I assume you disagree with this?
I do.
You do. It's interesting. These are your words. This is an editorial that you wrote 5 years ago during the debate about the impeachment of former President Trump. It's written by Mark Green, guest columnist in the Tennessean, local newspaper, I take it, in your state.
It is indeed, Nashville.
Americans are the victims of the impeachment inquiry. A lot of bipartisan legislation that enjoys widespread support sits gathering dust while Congress focuses on the impeachment inquiry. It's fascinating to me that you've changed your tune. And I'll ask that this, I'll give you a chance to respond in a moment, Mr. Chairman. I'll ask that this be entered into the record.
Without objection.
Part of the challenge for me and so many of my colleagues on this side of the aisle is the hypocrisy that unfortunately we see from our colleagues who argue one thing, and then a week later, a month later, a year later, 4 years later, as the case may be in this instance, argue the exact opposite. Now, the chairman, or the former chairman, our ranking member, Mr. McGovern, asked you, Mr. Green, Chairman Green, a series of questions about process. And I want to give you a chance, to perhaps expound upon a bit of this and maybe explain to me and the American public your thinking. Is it your contention that you went into this impeachment proceeding with an open mind? You're not, I assume, taking that position, right?
It depends on sort of the process when someone becomes convinced that it's the right thing to do. Sure. I can't tell you exactly the day when I said, no, this really is, he needs to be impeached.
Can you give me a time period? A season?
Gosh, I mean,
Spring,
we started
fall,
this
winter?
almost as soon as we got into the majority, so no, I couldn't tell you when I actually made the decision.
It seems like you were about to say maybe springtime, which would comport with the New York Times article that Chairman McGovern mentioned. And I know, and I'll give you a chance to, perhaps if you want to, again, expound upon this. That article is from April of last year. This is a quote from that article. The Republican chairman of the House Homeland Security Committee promised donors this month that he would produce an impeachment case against the Biden administration's Homeland Security Chief, Alejandro Mayorkas, saying that the secretary's appearance before the panel this week would be the beginning of his demise, end quote. So this is before your committee has heard from Secretary Mayorkas. It's before you've had the witnesses that apparently have come before your committee. It's before you've had any meaningful debate. You decide a year ago, maybe a little less than a year ago, that you're impeaching him.
That's not what we said.
So is this article inaccurate?
Yeah, parts of it are, actually.
And you take, I mean, as Mr. McGovern.
I've been queried about this many times.
Okay, well, I think it's important to get to the bottom of that because apparently the New York Times, at least in this article, says this is based on audio recordings of you at this event, that apparently Mr. Jordan, the chairman of the Judiciary Committee on which I serve, was also in attendance. So, if that's inaccurate, I think you should get it corrected because to me, it seems like, and I just can tell you, as the American people begin to dig into this and learn more, I think what it will seem like to them is that this process was rigged, that it was stacked, that at the end, and I know that you all and House Republicans and my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have taken issue when you believe that an impeachment proceeding is rigged or stacked from the very beginning, as this impeachment proceeding was. And just to give you an example of this, in October of 2019, your office issued a statement. This was following your vote against initiating an impeachment inquiry against former President Trump. The first 4 words of this press release, quote, "The vote is rigged." The next 4 words, "The deck is stacked. That's why I will be voting no on today's resolution to formalize the impeachment inquiry against President Trump." So you took issue with a rigged process in your view, what you characterized as a rigged process back then. 5 years later, you're head of this committee. You're, apparently telling folks that you were going to proceed with impeaching Secretary Mayorkas 10 months before you actually initiate those articles. I don't know how you square that, but I'll give you an opportunity.
Yeah, thanks. No, we started a 5-phase process almost as soon as we came in here, looking at I'll give you the 5 phases: dereliction of duty. The second phase was how the open border had, empowered the drug cartels. The third phase was the human cost, and we brought in all sorts of people to talk about human trafficking and the deaths of fentanyl and things like that. We had a phase that was the costs. And it's huge, $400 and something billion that the open borders cost in the economy. And then waste, the empty ice beds, the empty hotel beds. This took almost a year. We've been at this almost a year. So
can I ask you about that 5
to suggest that it's some kind of abbreviated, rushed process that's fabricated or whatever. I don't remember your exact words, but that's not fair. That's not a fair characterization. This has been a very thorough, systematic process that was done to get to the details and produce a report that's 400 pages long.
I hear you. Let me ask you about the 5-phase plan, because it's interesting. Apparently you say that some of these quotes are misquoted in terms of this New York Times article. The 5-phase plan piece of it was not.
That's right. We talked about what the intentions were, the intentions were, but not what the conclusion is.
I see.
Yeah, very important.
So the part where the New York Times says, quote, that you had a, quote, 5-phase plan for doing so, and that the Homeland Security would, quote, put together a packet and we will hand it to Jim Jordan and let Jim do what Jim does best. That part is true. The part where you say that you're proceeding with impeaching Secretary Mayorkas, that part is false. That's the...
I'd have to go back and look at that again, but this is what I do know. I have looked at it in the past. This was months ago when it was brought up by my colleagues on the committee, and there were aspects of that article that were not true. That's what I do know.
I will. I'll move on to talking a bit about the process.
Okay.
That press release that I quoted in 2019 your office identified a number of issues that you took with respect to the process that the former President Trump experienced in terms of the first impeachment back in 2019. You stated at that time, this resolution, this is a quote, "This resolution consolidates Adam Schiff's power and cuts out the small number of members who've been able to take part in hearings so far by moving the jurisdiction to Schiff's Intelligence Committee." Okay? End quote. Now, I know you understand this as the chairman of the Homeland Security Committee. The Judiciary Committee has conventionally, traditionally, by centuries of precedent, been considered the committee that marks up articles, right?
Yeah, that's why I mentioned in the article you quoted, I was talking
exactly,
about... Exactly,
right? I hear you. In this case, impeachment was done exclusively within the Homeland Security Committee, right?
By a vote for the House floor with 201 Democrats voting.
Understand.
Yeah. And the motion made by the Democrats,
and apparently, you take no issue with the fact that this proceeding was limited to the Homeland Security Committee, to a small group of members to participate. You took great issue with this same approach 5 years ago. Again, part of my frustration, and I think the frustration that the American people experience, is this sense of hypocrisy, that this isn't on the level. I'll give you another example. This perhaps was the most astounding example of all. This press release states, and I'll quote, this is in reference to the impeachment resolution, "The resolution subjects the minority's subpoena authority to Schiff's whims and refuses to guarantee that the minority's witnesses will even be called," end quote. Ranking Member Thompson, did you have subpoena authority in this proceeding?
For?
To call witnesses?
Yes.
And was that authority limited anyway? Did it require the approval of the chairman or any kind of assent?
In terms of, repeat it again, your question.
With respect to the subpoena authority that the minority had in Homeland Security in this proceeding, you weren't able to call witnesses that you believed were deemed relevant.
No.
It required the assent of the chairman.
Yeah, well, we had 2 hearings, basically. We were able to afford witnesses, but that's it. We did not subpoena anyone.
Got it. You didn't have subpoena authority.
No.
So, to that end, and as the ranking member has articulated, in 2019, Mr. Chairman, Chairman Green, you took great issue with the notion that...
And I voted against this one coming to my committee, just so you know.
Well, I appreciate that you voted against it coming to your committee, but of course I'll yield to...
No, I think we want to be a little bit more honest here with everybody about the circumstances to which this was referred to the committee. It wasn't that there was this bipartisan consensus that we should investigate Secretary Mayorkas and send it to the Homeland Security Committee. Basically, we were responding to an initiative by Marjorie Taylor Greene.
That's right.
Yet another one of her impeachment resolutions. And the choice was either a snap impeachment on the spot or a referral. The idea that this is a bipartisan consensus to refer it to the Homeland Security Committee to pursue this is just disingenuous. It's just not the case. It was either a snap impeachment or it was this.
Precisely.
I thank you.
I couldn't agree more. And again, Chairman Green, to the extent that you believed that Ranking Member Thompson and the minority on the Homeland Security Committee ought to have the ability to have subpoena power, as you apparently believed 5 years ago when you voted against the impeachment inquiry against President Trump for that very same reason, you could have easily articulated that. You did not. So, again, the hypocrisy... Go ahead.
Yeah, we have a policy in the committee. If he wants to subpoena somebody, he can come to me and we do it. We issue the subpoena. He never came to me asking to subpoena anybody, and we authored every witness he asked to bring got to come.
The resolution, again, the issue that Ranking Member Thompson, of course, is happy to yield.
Well, it not necessarily a subpoena, but we asked for a minority day on the committee, and it was denied.
Denied.
It was not denied. We haven't posted a date on it yet. We're following Chairman Nadler's
After the
policy.
impeachment?
That's exactly what happened before in 2019.
So your contention is that apparently we'll work to schedule a minority day in which you'll be able to hear witnesses after you voted to impeach?
As Chairman Nadler said, there is no precedent for it happening before the articles are brought. Quoting Chairman Nadler,
again,
the Judiciary Committee
Chairman,
which you sit on.
These are the very same processes that you railed against 5 years ago. This is my point. So, I get it. I understand. I hear you. You're in the majority. You make the rules. But spare us this sort of sense that any of this is intellectually honest or candid. It is not. It's folks saying one thing one day, and then, 5 years later, as the winds shift, saying the other. In any event, I will move on. I will say, I thought that the effort that Ranking Member Thompson and Homeland Security Democrats made to offer an amendment that would have provided standard due process, at least at the bare minimum, to Secretary Mayorkas in the impeachment process was prudent, and the fact that it was rejected by House Republicans in that committee and opposed by you, Mr. Chairman, and every Republican on your committee, I don't understand how that vote can be justified, but that's for you to defend. And Ranking Member, to the extent you'd like to talk about that, I'd welcome it.
Well, I think one of the fundamental tenets of democracy is due process. And I was trying to establish some ground rules by which this impeachment as it was going forward, that Secretary Mayorkas could at least have an opportunity to present witnesses, to see what the charges were, just basic It was denied. In the first hearing, in the formal hearing, I offered an amendment to that process, plain and simple. Every Republican on the committee voted against due process.
I think it's shameful, and while I'm grateful to you, Ranking Member, for initiating that, I regret that our colleagues on the other side of the aisle didn't see it the way that we do. I will just conclude here talking a bit about the substance of this. Well, I use that word liberally. There's very little substance here, but to the extent that you can call it that, I'd like to talk about the actual articles. I read through the resolution that was marked up in the report, as well as the dissenting views, which I thought, the latter of which were incredibly powerful and compelling. Here's what I'm trying to understand. So, Mr. Chairman, Chairman Green, you, I know, understand the constitutional standard for impeachment of federal officials, presidents, cabinet officials, and so forth, right?
Yeah, I think I do.
What crime are you impeaching Secretary Mayorkas for?
It's very clear that misdemeanors, that was from when our founders wrote it, it did not mean a crime. There was very little crime, criminal law back then.
Okay.
So
what offense are you impeaching? It's not a trick question.
So you want to know why we're
the standard under the Constitution, right? Bribery, treason, or high crimes and misdemeanors. It sounds like what you're saying is that you are impeaching him for a high crime and misdemeanor.
That is correct.
That's your argument. Okay, what high crime and misdemeanor are you referring to?
So 7 instances of basically subverting the laws passed by this body, right? So we said shall detain, and he created systems where he didn't, and created legal pathways that don't exist.
Okay, so
you can't just say, hey, I don't like the way the immigration laws are written, so I'm just going to do them a different way.
I'm going to give you an opportunity.
If he wants to do that, he can come to Congress and write the law.
Chairman, I'm going to give you an opportunity to expound on this. Okay, so I think what you said was subverting the law. That's so the high crime and misdemeanor that you believe he should be impeached for is, quote, subverting the law. What are the elements of proving that high crime and misdemeanor?
There's no elements of proving.
How are you going to go about proving that during a trial in the Senate?
I have a memorandum from him where he actually orders his employees to do just the opposite of what the law says.
I'm not asking you
I thought you
for
asked
the evidence. I'm asking you for the elements, okay? Let me try to explain this to you. And I understand you're not a lawyer by training. I served as one of the prosecutors during the last impeachment, after January 6th. I stood on the floor of the Senate and made the case to the senators that President Trump should be impeached for a constitutional crime. We laid out specific elements and then made the case for why the evidence, that much of which, of course, was later further developed by the January 6th committee, ultimately tied into proving those elements.
Well, if you're an attorney, then you clearly understand there are no elements to a high crime. There's no place in the code where there says these are the elements of a high crime.
Got it. Okay. So your contention is that you can, pass a resolution of impeachment, walk into the United States Senate, say, you know what, here's the high crime and misdemeanor, and whatever, if I say I have evidence to prove this crime or misdemeanor, I'm not going to define what the elements are necessary. I'm not going to define the mens rea required to prove this particular crime or offense. I'm just going to say, I believe that he subverted the law, and so therefore he's impeached.
I mean, he did subvert the law.
Okay, well,
a judge ordered that, and he'd been to law school.
Mr. Green, Mr. Chairman, all respect here. I can assure you, having studied the records of the Federal Convention, having read the Federalist Papers, this is not what the framers had in mind. The notion that there would just be this nebulous phrase, high crimes and misdemeanors, that would extend to anything and everything that you deem a crime, with no definition as to elements of those crimes. That is not what James Madison or the framers of our Constitution had in mind when they conceived of the constitutional standard for impeachment, period. And that's why legal scholars, conservative ones, liberal ones, witnesses that you all used to call before the Judiciary Committee with regularity, Jonathan Turley, many others, have said this is a baseless impeachment. So I have no idea how you are going to go about proving this high crime and misdemeanor in the United States Senate. I suspect that's why they will reject this the moment it comes over, because unlike prior impeachments, that there hasn't been a good faith or cogent attempt to lay out precisely what the offense standard of proof would be and the ways in which the evidence, and I understand you've said 400 pages, you believe you have ample evidence of this particular policy violation, which you characterize it that way.
It's laws written by Congress.
I
Laws,
understand.
very important.
I understand,
difference.
but your own words, policy violation that you believe led to a break in, or rather
law.
a violation of the law.
Yep.
So I understand that that's what you said, but I'm just telling you that this is not what the framers had in mind. I think I missed this exchange that my colleague, the distinguished gentlewoman from New Mexico, engaged with you on a colloquy around James Madison and what he said during the federal convention, and the fact that maladministration was specifically rejected.
And I rejected it as well.
And you rejected it as well. It's interesting.
Maladministration.
Maladministration,
Right.
got it. You mentioned a 5-phase plan
Yep.
at the beginning
Yep.
of this questioning. You said the first part of that was dereliction of duty.
Yeah.
Do you know what a synonym for dereliction of duty is? If you look in the local, if any
He's
thesaurus,
not brought up
if
here
you
in these
Google it,
articles.
dereliction
He's
of
brought
duty.
up in the articles
Sir,
for breaking
let me finish
the law.
my statement and then you can respond.
Okay, thanks.
The synonym for maladministration, any thesaurus, anybody who's watching, they can Google it, is dereliction of duty. That has been your definitional narrative for this impeachment from day one. It's what you told this group that you attest was, the underpinning, the first part of your 5-part plan. So the notion that this is not anything more than policy differences that have now been, apparently enveloped in supposed violations of the law, I just don't think the American people are going to buy it.
You and I disagree, and I will tell you this, though. If you ever come before my committee, I will never insult you for not understanding what a Whipple procedure is or how diabetic ketoacidosis goes, okay?
I hear you.
I promise you.
I'm not
promise
insulting you,
that.
sir.
Yeah.
I'm not insulting you. The point here is...
I've read the Constitution.
I hear
okay?
you.
I've read, and I'm not an unintelligent human being.
Nobody is accusing you of that. What I am suggesting
I'm
is that
telling you
the
what Madison
impeachment
said,
constitutional
and my
standard...
interpretation of it.
Sir, the impeachment constitutional standard is an exacting one. And when managers, if in fact this impeachment is approved, I understand you're an accomplished position that you've served our country. I have respect for you. What I am suggesting to you is that if and when this resolution passes, managers will be appointed and they will have to walk over to the United States Senate to present these articles and to prove that in fact the constitutional high crime and misdemeanor has been committed. And what I am saying to you is that your report does not outline the elements of said offense and does not provide a clear sense, roadmap to the country or, in this case, to the accused, the cabinet secretary, who you are trying to impeach for the first, or rather the second time in the history of the American Republic. There's a reason, sir, that this is rare. There's a reason, sir. There's a reason. Fired. There's a reason why no Congress, Republican-led or Democratic-led, has tried to impeach a cabinet secretary since William Belknap in 1876. 149 years. Another precedent that this Republican Congress is slated to break with apparently great pride. So please don't mistake the passion that I have and that my colleagues have on this side of the aisle for anything but a passion for the Constitution and a very deep concern for the way in which I believe it is being undermined by this proceeding. I will yield back the balance of my time to the chairman.
Thank you very much. The chair would advise the committee and our witnesses that voting is underway. So we're going to recess, subject call the chair, but I would ask you to reassemble immediately after the last vote. To our witnesses, we would ask you to come back at that point. We'll resume the hearing then. Committee stands in recess.
didn't they get through when we were the other night? Oh, so there's 2 votes. Did that help? Do you need this one? I'm gonna leave it here and go to the, I'll be back. I'll be back. I'll see. I'll be back. Yeah, I can go give you a check. Eric's on. I'm just going to give my check. I can give him a check on the ambient. Oh, wait a minute, no, but that's, well, we'll just have to worry about it later. I guess the chairman. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, stand by. Yeah, I know. I'll do that. Check 1, check. Now have this. You have this. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No. Well, that's what I was. But now these. Well, it's on in the room, I guess. Going out somewhere, it's not. You know, you can hear it. I don't know, for some reason. Usually it's like a private collection would work there, but. Oh, well. We were getting, it was a little bit hot. So we could have reduced it a little while down. We just wanted to cut it down. I don't know. I don't want to tell you. Can you, yeah. So it's only 2 votes. 2 votes. Yeah, it's not terribly long. Yeah. Yeah. Like whenever it stopped 5 minutes ago. About say 48, 47. Glad this is now better. Working now? All right. Well, I'm going to get off then, I guess. Yeah, I'm going to get off. I'm going to give you a Y.
Yeah, I could actually get some on a machine, like a breakfast sandwich or downstairs. So, I mean, you'll be able to check this pretty easily. You know. You want me to do a mic check? No, we're all good. It wasn't coming through. All right, I'm gonna get off there. Thanks. Thanks for coming over, Eric.
Yeah, Eric.
Really? What?
Yeah. So he should probably leave. He should probably,
We won't keep you too long.
when Donna comes back, he should probably leave. Because you're getting a break now. I just had a break, you know?
It'll be okay. Donna was just thinking of Bill break for a little while. I mean, she hadn't had a break either.
Let me know when you guys are done tonight.
Oh, yeah.
Because John said I'm not supposed to stay any longer than you guys stay.
Because you, me and Donna are doing it.
Yeah.
Hopefully it'll go till 12:30 and we won't do anything.
Well, they said it's going till 1, it's canceled.
Oh, I thought it was 12:30.
12:30
I
all
guess
in?
it'd have to be less than 12 hours. Not sure how many other members are going to testify.
I don't know. It's frozen cream. Because of the refrigerator over there, I always put drink in the freezer when I'm doing hoops. So it'll be real cold. Just don't want to forget it. That's why I opened it up out the hall.
We open here.
Not trying to have that happen. Well, they always do. A lot of sugar sandwiches, powdered pizza. Coffee. What was going on with the audio?
Just a little bit high in the spots.
Yeah, we had you hopping today, huh? Drop hunts, key. We didn't forget them. We brought the wrong ones. We brought the one for camera too, but we needed the other ones.
When you go back, put your yellow cables back on the cart. Put them there. Put your yellow cables.
We need the yellow cables.
Yeah, do that. That's the first thing I brought up. The yellow cables.
Red hot potato chips. They're hot.
You know I don't eat healthy. This is my trusted cream soda, salt frozen. Now it is. It wasn't before. I ain't gonna do it over that. See, before when I opened it, didn't do that. Is that Donna? She need a break. We hasn't done anything all day. Yeah. two impeachments of the same president for the first time in American history, and your removal would be when he's out of office. Now that's unprecedented. That is, you're not even in the league. Yeah, I'm not even. Yeah, I just didn't want you to think you were a big deal. Yeah, don't think I'm a big deal. Yeah, that's the top of the salary schedule. Better than the members of the committee. Yeah. Ranking member out here. Yeah, you can tell. We flew on the other side of that.
The committee will reconvene to continue consideration of H.R. 485 and House Resolution 863. Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for whatever questions he may have for the panel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Green, appreciate your testimony. Mr. Thompson, appreciate you being here. Yeah, it's interesting. I've heard a lot of different words spoken while we've been here. Marjorie Taylor Greene has come up time and time again. This being political, time and time again. MAGA Trump, time and time again. And we went round and round on January 6th with you, Ms. Thompson, and there's a lot of questions that I have that Thomas asked some, but there's a lot of questions that I think the American people want to know about January 6th. Why was Jim Jordan and Mr. Banks excluded? Why wasn't there cross-examination? Why wasn't Ms. Pelosi, who was in charge of security, along with the Sergeant of Arms, why wasn't she there and cross-examined? Why was Ray Epps and other people seen escorting people in? There are a lot of questions, but the question we've gotten here is those were just diversions. The question we got here is on Mr. Mayorkas, Secretary Mayorkas, and whether he's fit for the job. And what really baffles me, Ms. Thompson think you said give more resources, as if that's the reason, the problem we've got at the border is because they hadn't had resources. If Secretary Mayorkas is not going to let the Border Patrol do their job, why would you give them more money? They're just not going to do it. You would agree with that. Money's not going to cure this. You mentioned electronic devices. It's only under this president that have we opened our borders up to anybody from any country, anywhere in the world. It's because of this administration. And to compare Donald Trump's, I think I heard a mention of 700, a number with him, compared to the 12 to 15 million we have in this country today, it's really absurd even bringing up the different topics to try to divert the attention. I think the ranking member mentioned that Secretary Mayorkas doesn't deserve impeachment. Well, neither does the American people deserve what's going on right now. What's interesting, what the words are not going to be able to explain, or what the American people are seeing. To see in New York City, 4,000 illegals take the place of law-abiding children of law-abiding adults. What the American people are seeing is the police officers that got kicked in the head and beat up, and then did an obscene salute to the law enforcement and left because of this administration under Mayorkas and what he's doing to this country. I've seen have you been to the border, Mr. Thompson?
A number of times.
Okay, so you see what I see. You see the cardboard with the numbers on it. When you try to take a picture, a American walks up and you're not going to take that picture. Why? What have you got to hide? And then having them whisk away in some of the nicest buses I have ever seen in my life. So that's what the American people are seeing. And so words are not going to explain that. And I think you said, Mr. Thompson, when the enemy shows up, they don't ask, are you Democrat, Republican? All they do is want to harm America. That's what exactly is happening with this administration's actions to let everybody and anybody in this country. There was a letter that was sent around, and I think y'all all got it, from a member of all the Border Patrol members you've heard of, and Chris Schweiker, who's saying the attacks are now here in this country. They're not overseas. The attacks, the blood that's going to be shed is now. And it's here. And it's a simple page and a half because of this administration doing this intentionally, voluntarily. And I've asked the same question myself, Congressman Green. You know, Mayorkas is just doing what he's told. He's a hired hand. And the real culprit is Joe Biden. But it is what it is. He is the one in the seat dictating the laws being broken. I was on the oversight committee when I said, Mr. Mayorkas, is the border secure? The border secure. I said, can you define secure for me? Crickets. Wouldn't say a word. So I just say words are not going to hide what my friends on the other aisle are trying to hide. It's not going to do it because American people see it, and now our security is threatened right here in this Capitol, right now, as well as everywhere in this country. We're all border states now. So, Mr. Green, I just want to thank you for what you're doing. It's well overdue, and I think we can hopefully be successful with it. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you very much. Gentleman from Texas, recognized for whatever questions he has for the panel.
Well, I think the chairman, thank you, gentlemen, for appearing before the committee. And I want to address a couple of issues. I know, Chairman Green, you brought up your service. I just want to echo just one more time your fidelity to the Constitution of the United States and the laws of the United States, which were being questioned earlier, I think, inappropriately, based on your past service in the military, service here in the United States Congress. And I just want to ask if there's anything else you want to reiterate about your lifetime of service and commitment to the Constitution of the United States and the laws of the United States. Thank you. So thank you, sir. Let me just say a couple of points of observation. And I'd ask Chairman Green if you agree that what we're seeing at the southern border, what we're seeing happen due to open borders, is unprecedented.
Yeah, there's nothing in our history that rivals the depth and breadth of the crisis at the southern border, where foreign agents, not of a government, but of the Mexican cartels, have seized control of the southern border, where, 150,000 dead Americans. I mean, we lost 54,000, I think it was, in Vietnam in a 10-year war. In 2 years, we've lost 150,000 people to fentanyl. The cartels have metastasized throughout our country. It's unprecedented. And I'll also say, in terms of the actions of the secretary, all the previous secretaries attempted to detain, and then when the resources were exsanguinated, they did what they had to do on a case-by-case basis in accordance with the law. I would love to make a correction to the record from earlier, if I could.
Please.
The Supreme Court did not rule on the lawlessness of the secretary, but lower courts did, and lower courts found him breaking the law, violating the laws, as it relates to his memorandum issued to ICE to tell them not to detain criminal felons, et cetera. What the Supreme Court did was rule on standing. They decided not to decide. But it's fascinating if you go to the oral arguments in that case, where even the Solicitor General, arguing on behalf of the Biden administration, says, and I paraphrase, my documents are here, but I'll just paraphrase it, essentially that the states don't have standing here. Congress is the one that handles these kinds of things. And Justice Kavanaugh actually says, I think your position, what you're saying is that Congress is the one. And I do have his quote here. Congress has to resort to shutting down the government or impeachment or dramatic steps. So she then replies, yes, with statutory, regulatory violations, it's the Congress who holds. So that's what came out of the Texas versus the United States. States don't have standing. It's a blank check to Mayorkas as long as Congress doesn't act.
When faced with an executive branch that refuses to carry out the law, the options in front of Congress are what? It's the power of the purse.
We could defund, but then that gets us no border security.
It raises issues with respect to how you manage the funding issue. But the power of the purse is one tool.
That is correct.
The other tool is impeachment. And we'll come to that in a minute, right? Another tool
or pass another law,
Or the third area is to pass another law, right? Now, true or false, under 212F currently, the President of the United States would have the emergency authority to shut down the border if he saw fit.
Yes, true.
Right, of course. And so when he declares this an emergency and he says he needs tools and so forth, he has the tools. He could stop it immediately, literally under existing law. Now, why do we need existing changes to existing law? Well, as we are trying to manage a system where we handle immigration, the current system is being exploited. I want to see if the gentleman agrees with this, where we have the general black letter law and spirit of the law that is security, right? Operational control of the border. You cannot come in without papers, right? Like that's the baseline. Then there's legal immigration. We'll invite you to come here. Here are some papers if you apply and you can get them and you're in the right line and the right standing. And then there's people who come here. And they come here and they try to claim something. True or false, this administration has been using asylum and parole as effectively a backdoor way to use those limited exceptions that are supposed to be predominantly case by case to use as effectively the exceptions that swallow the rule of security, right? That along with judge-made loopholes like Flores, TVPRA with those complications. So those smaller provisions are being used to say, everybody come, make a claim, and get released. Is that a fair characterization in your observation?
Absolutely, and that's exactly what the lower court, that the Supreme Court chose not to overturn or make a decision on, exactly said that he had basically turned the whole immigration system upside down.
And the impact of that, right, just to see if these sounds correct to you, that of the sort of 3.3 million illegal aliens released into the United States since January of 21, the Biden administration failed to remove, through immigration court removal proceedings, roughly 99.7% of those illegal aliens. that compared to an average between FY17 and FY20 of 590,000 aliens encountered per fiscal year, we had over 1.4 million in 21, 2.3 million in 22, 2.4 million in 23. Impacts on cities and states. New York has spent $1.5 billion on the crisis. Texas has spent $12.5 billion on the crisis. Smuggling organizations estimate revenues increased from $500 million in 2018 to $13 billion in 2022. Immigration court backlog has increased from 1.3 million cases to 3 million cases. I could go on and on. The fentanyl numbers have gone from 4,800 pounds in fiscal year 20 to now we're in excess of, I think, 40,000 pounds or something in those rough estimates. And then the terror watch list, 11 total fiscal year 17 to 20, 331 total fiscal years 21 to 24 under Biden. So these are all concerning results, right, of open borders. Would the gentleman agree?
Absolutely.
And that's a fair characterization, plus more and stuff that you've got replete in all of the documentation of those numbers, and obviously they change on a monthly basis. I would ask, if I might, to introduce into the record 4 documents, because I've been working on this for a while, and to counter the point of the ranking member that this is somehow political. This is a response to President Trump. I mean, if the gentleman wants to give the president a call down to Mar-a-Lago and explain, you know, what I was doing in Iowa the last month, I'd appreciate him doing that. But I would say that in October of 21, I laid out a case in long form, laying out the case for impeaching Mayorkas in a 13-page memo to my Texas Republican colleagues. In March of 22, about 5 months later, I updated that memo to the entirety of the GOP colleagues. In July of 23, I wrote an op-ed in National Review titled "The Constitutional Case for Impeaching Mayorkas," and earlier this month, last month in January, I sent another memo updating the case for impeaching Mayorkas, again, updating the numbers, keeping the general framework. I think the gentleman has seen some of that work. It's a result of work in Judiciary Committee. I'd ask all 4 of those to be entered in the record.
Without objection.
The reason I bring that up is because, far from being political, this was October of 21, 10 months into this administration, where if you go look at that memo where we lay out the stark shift from January of 21 to October of 21, it was blatantly clear that the Secretary of Homeland Security was ignoring the laws, and that ignoring of the law was endangering the people I represent. That was the fact of the matter. Would the gentleman agree with that, and not just Texas, but also the people of Tennessee and other people around the union?
100%.
And along those lines, in the articles that have been presented, the Secretary has willfully and systematically refused to comply with the law. Notably, for example, you have in here INA 235B, INA 236C, and a host of other statutes in which the Secretary is required, right, to faithfully execute the laws. True?
That is correct, yes.
And at some point, and that is the question, and to the gentleman from Colorado who raised the questions about, well, you know, what is the mens rea and what are the elements of the crime? Where in the Constitution, if the gentleman, the learned doctor, you don't have to be a legal scholar to be able to read the Constitution, where in the Constitution of the United States is there anything that mentions elements of the crime or mens rea with respect to impeachment?
It's not there.
It's not there.
Right.
Now, why might that be? Because it's a political document, right? This is a political question. Now, it is a political question based on law, right? Based on our understanding of how we want to apply the laws. But where in the Constitution are high crimes and misdemeanors defined? Is there a definition section in the back?
No.
That defines high crimes and misdemeanors? So where might we go to determine high crimes and misdemeanors, right? History, experience, try to figure out what it means. Now, my friend from Colorado, which was here, because I referred to him in the third person, he's not here, but raised, as I believe a couple of other of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle raised, and actually a couple of colleagues on this side of the aisle have raised, the question about maladministration, which I do think is an important question. Whether or not high crimes and misdemeanors was meant to include maladministration, or whether maladministration was specifically rejected. Now, I could be wrong, and I'm certainly open to be corrected for the record, because I think this is an interesting history. I don't know that it would be dispositive either way. But it is my understanding that it was, in fact, not rejected by vote, but rather when it was suggested by Colonel Mason, and I think seconded by Mr. Gary, that then there was a point raised by Mr. Madison that I believe the gentleman from Colorado quoted, so vague a term will be equivalent to a tenure during pleasure of the Senate, end quote. And then there was some one-sentence debate here, and then Colonel Mason withdrew maladministration. It was not voted on. He withdrew maladministration and substitutes, quote, other high crimes and misdemeanors. Now, the point of that was that it was not, in fact, rejected, and it was not defined. Of course, that is a then question about whether or not maladministration, what was the concern about it? Some of these debates would go back during the 90s, during the Clinton debates, about whether you have to have done something in your official capacity versus your personal capacity, and all of that has been a significant debate. But I would note, and ask to insert into the record a law review article here from Duke University, without objection.
Without objection.
That in here, the author writes, a close reading of the Mason-Madison exchange discloses that it does not support either view in terms of the debate that they were having at the time. That first, the convention itself did not reject the term maladministration. Mason introduced the term and withdrew it after hearing Madison's objection. Because there was no vote, there was no opportunity for the delegates to adopt or reject Madison's concern. Second, according to Blackstone, British common law had developed a definition of high crimes and misdemeanors that included, but was not limited to maladministration. The phrase also encompassed unofficial misconduct, etc., and it goes on. While Madison may not have known this, Mason apparently knew at least that it encompassed maladministration. Now, I'm not suggesting that I know exactly what they meant. I was not there. I am not suggesting that I think that it should or should not be a broad application of maladministration. That is a debate. But the simple truth is, it's up to us. So the question before us, I think, is one more of whether we open a door. We open a Pandora's box, right? That's the question that we would wrestle with here. The question here is whether the Secretary of Homeland Security has engaged in such conduct by ignoring the laws of the United States that you could reasonably suggest that he is violating his oath, right, to faithfully execute the laws of the United States, right? And on behalf of the president, for whom there is, in fact, phrasing in the Constitution that he must take care, right? And this, I think, is the center point of this entire debate. No one wants to have to go down the road of impeaching a secretary appointed and then confirmed by the Senate of the United States. I certainly don't want to do that. I assume the gentleman from Tennessee doesn't want to do that. Is that correct?
No.
Probably one of the last things you want to do, right?
Exactly.
And so people say, well, this is a big political, scalp. Look, I mean, I tweeted out today, not shockingly, contra some of the interests of my Republican colleagues, that I might find it interesting that some of my colleagues would very much appreciate being able to say they impeached Mayorkas, but not actually get funding removed and have a spending fight in order to stop what's happening at the border. I have no interest in doing that, and most of my colleagues have no interest in doing that. It's a question. It's an academic question. We're here, as you said at the beginning, about whether or not, in fact, I think the question was raised by the ranking member about something about a date, right, April of last year, and that you set out to do this and had some sort of mission to do this. And then there's some questions about whether or not, with respect to Mayorkas, about whether or not the fact that it might fail in the Senate or some other political questions. And your response, I think, was exactly right. I want to ask you to elaborate on it if you want, that we have a duty to do it. If we believe that there is, in fact, a public official who has a duty under law and under the Constitution to enforce it, we have a duty to call that secretary out, force him or her to the table, and then, in the absence of a response to the elected representatives of the people, take action. And you're either defunding or you're impeaching. And you're impeaching under whatever you believe the understanding is under the law on high crimes and misdemeanors. I believe that a violation of the oath, that rises to that level. For example, if the Attorney General of the United States were to order all of the Department of Justice, United States attorneys, stop prosecuting crimes. Just sit back. Let everything run amok. Now, there might be a statute that violates. I'm not sure. I'd have to go comb through the statutes and say that. But that would be a gross violation of that individual's duty under the Constitution. And if the president wasn't asking for his or her resignation, do you not agree that it would be incumbent upon us to say, you can't do that?
If I could interject,
sure.
The laws don't direct him to do it. Right? There's no law that tells the DOJ you must go and capture every single murderer. But the law written by this body is very clear. You shall detain. And for criminal aliens, criminal felons, it's you shall detain all of them. And then there are directions to ICE about immediate deportation once it's determined they don't have an asylum claim that's legit. This secretary has not detained. In fact, has done everything he can to not detain and has not deported. The numbers are all plummeting. I mean, they're building systems and mechanisms to do just what the law.
Does his own admission of 85 to 90%, which he is on record in terms of people acknowledging that he said it in front of people that works for him in Texas, 85 to 90% of the people being released into the United States, does that comport at all with any understanding of how we're supposed to assess credible fear and make determinations before releasing the United States versus the law requiring detention?
Not at all, because he's created these alternative pathways that don't exist in law, that actually subvert the law's intent of a case-by-case basis to get to parole.
Does the gentleman, in addition to the secretary violating his oath, his duty to enforce the laws of the United States, is the gentleman aware of a instance in which the secretary lied or misrepresented the facts under oath before committees, before this body?
Yes, I am very aware of multiple statements by Secretary Mayorkas where he said, by the definition of operational control, that he and the department had operational control of the southern border. There are multiple episodes of that, and other instances where he said the border's been secure when clearly it's not secure. Yeah.
Now, the response to that, as you would expect, right, from our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, and I would suggest maybe if it was in reverse, the response, if our side was trying to defend the secretary, is, well, those are vague terms, right? That, well, you know, when the secretary comes and he makes assertions about how he's carrying out his job and his perspective of it and that sort of notion of administration or maladministration. But I wonder if the gentleman might respond to the exchange that I had with the secretary, in which in April 19th of 2022 hearing in Judiciary Committee, I read word for word on a poster in the Judiciary Committee the statutory definition of operational control under the Secure Fence Act of 2006. Gentlemen, you're aware of that exchange, correct?
Yes, I am.
And I asked the secretary, quote, do you stand by your testimony that we have operational control in light of this definition? Now, I would just add here, I had already asked the question, set it up. He said we have operational control. I pulled up the chart, put the actual definition of operational control under the Secure Fence Act of 2006, and he replied, quote, I do. And Congressman, I think the Secretary of Homeland Security would have said the same thing in 2020 and 2019, end quote. Now, in a side note, as a conversation with Chad Wolf, the former secretary who appeared before the committee, I asked him that question. And he said, I very expressly never said such a thing. What I said was, we are making great progress to achieve what is trying to be accomplished under the Secure Fence Act to try to achieve that number. And for the record, they were doing that. They were trying to figure out how to enforce the law to drive those numbers down in accordance with the operational control definition. My point of bringing that up is because in March 28th of 2023, not quite a year later, Senate Judiciary Committee, in response to a question by Ranking Member Lindsey Graham on whether we have operational control of the border, the Secretary said, quote, with respect to the definition of operational control, I do not use the definition that appears in the Secure Fence Act, end quote. The Secretary's playing games, and he's playing games very specifically with those definitions so that he can give the appearance to the American people that the border is secure, because most people aren't following it like we are. Most people are just going about their daily life. They're taking their kids to games. They're going to their job. They're, paying the bills. They're going and getting the groceries. They don't follow all this stuff, but they see masses of people at the border and they wonder what the hell's going on. So then you go tell them, well, the President of the United States is just making unilateral decisions to let lots of people come into our country, which, by the way, is undermining our national security, undermining our security. And they say, well, that's crazy. Who would do that? Why would they do that? They're the president. They're the secretary. They're supposed to enforce the law. And then you come back and say, well, by the way, I had the secretary in front of me. That's my job. I asked him a question. I was very specific. I gave him lots of room. I said, well, surely, if you look at this definition, you can't tell me you have operational control, Mr. Secretary. And he very boldly claimed that he did. And that is the problem, right? It is a snowing of the American people. There's further engagement with this that I won't belabor here because for time's sake, in which there's been abundance of, well, and this actually is important because in July of this last year, in the House Judiciary Committee, I questioned the Secretary again. After laying out the timeline of his previous statements, I asked, you looked straight in the American people, straight at me, straight at every person in this committee and said, we have operational control. Why? He said, you did not let me complete my answer. The Secure Fence Act defines operational control as not a single individual crossing the border. To which I said, I'm aware. I read it, and I read it to you, and you read it, and in fact, you said, I do. You didn't hesitate. You didn't say, I do. I need to explain what I mean by I do. You said, I do, over and over again. Any comments on that and what that gives in terms of your belief that the Secretary should be impeached?
Well, we clearly believe that a breach of trust of both Congress and the American people is fairly articulated in the Founding Fathers' description of high crimes and misdemeanors. We've actually had testimony from the minority witnesses in our committee that said breach of trust is a high crime and misdemeanor. I genuinely believe that when you lie to the American people, when you lie to the Congress under oath, that is a breach of trust. If you look at the impeachment articles that were drafted against Richard Nixon, they very clearly don't name him for committing any crime, but they do say for giving false testimony and for making false statements. So that was an article then. Clearly it's precedent, and that this Secretary has lied to the American people on multiple occasions. The horsewhipping incident, I mean, the list goes on and on and on.
Yeah, last
and
point.
Congress under oath, too.
Last point, I'll raise that one. The Secretary knew full well, prior to issuing the statement about the alleged whipping incident, in which lifelong public servants, Border Patrol agents, were being accused of the most vile and vicious, hateful, race-based kind of behavior. He, in fact, was made aware prior to the press conference that this was, in fact, not true. Is that true?
That is correct. He knew before he went out to the press conference, and then he lambasted those gentlemen.
And is that lying and mischaracterizing of the faithful public servants of DHS and Border Patrol agents, is that a violation of the public trust to drum up that kind of hatred?
Absolutely. It was clearly political.
The Secretary has, on numerous times, undermined border security, terminated border wall contracts. He sued Texas most recently, multiple times, frankly, and recently for trying to implement border security measures, and issued a memorandum that said the fact the individual is a removable alien should not be the sole basis of an enforcement action, which is basically rewriting the law by memorandum. I could go on and on. I think the main point here is, and I appreciate the chairman, I just want to push back on this notion that somehow this is, at least when I speak for myself, and I think for you, and I'll let you speak for yourself, that this is politically motivated. At the end of the day, I'll tell you this right now. If Secretary Mayorkas would call me up right now and say, you know what, I apologize for what I did to those migrants, those Haitian migrants. I should have been more careful in my definition with what I said to you in committee about what operational control is. We're going to fix this. We're going to go work with Texas. We're going to enforce the law. We're going to start detaining people. We're going to tell the world that we will detain you, legitimately, fully detain you. Otherwise, you're not coming in, because that's what our law contemplates. And we're going to do that, and we're going to send a message to the world so that cartels aren't empowered and people aren't going through this Darien Gap, traveling all the way up through Mexico with rape trees and people getting abused, and all the way through riding on the top of train cars, all the stuff that we're causing, and causing this to happen to Americans and to migrants in this false name of compassion. The Secretary would call me up and say, hey, let's get busy. You're right. Let's enforce the law. I had no interest in having a scalp with respect to the Secretary of Homeland Security. What I really want is to make sure that we're doing our job. Does the gentleman agree?
Absolutely. For me, that little baby crawling around on a VRBO that stumbled into fentanyl that had been left by the previous renter of the VRBO and died tells me that every American is unsafe with this open border. And I am passionately here because I believe it's the right thing to do.
Yield back.
Thank you very much. Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized for whatever question she has for the panel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chairman Green and Ranking Member Thompson, for coming to the Rules Committee today. Chairman Green, I'd like to just start by commending you on your work throughout this process. Your committee has been incredibly methodical in getting to this point. I know today we don't have as much time here to talk and spend as much time as your committee has on the process, but I was hoping that you could walk with me through sort of summarizing the conversation and clarifying the most important points. First thing I want to do, though, is read directly from the Department of Homeland Security's own website, specifically with their mission statement. Quote, "With honor and integrity, we will safeguard the American people, our homeland, and our values." It goes on to state, "The U.S. Department of Homeland Security and its Homeland Security mission are born from the commitment and resolve of Americans across the United States in the wake of the September 11th attacks. In those darkest hours, we witnessed true heroism, self-sacrifice, and a unified resolve against evil. We rallied together for our common defense, and we pledged to stand united against the threats attacking our great nation, fellow Americans, and way of life." Additionally, they've got guiding principles. DHS quotes that they will remain resolute against today's threats and hazards by keeping pace with our adversaries and preparing for those of tomorrow by identifying and confronting systemic risk. It goes on to say, "Homeland Security is a whole of society endeavor from every federal department and agency to every American across this nation. We will work together and empower partners to leverage national capacity and capabilities and develop contingency plans that make America safe, secure, and resilient against all threats and all hazards." Mr. Chairman, does the department's actions, particularly against the state of Texas in their own efforts to secure the border, live up to that particular guideline?
Not at all.
DHS goes on to say that it will ensure its operators and employees have the necessary tools, resources, and authorities to execute its mission. It goes on to talk about the core values of the Department of Homeland Security. Integrity. Each of us serves something far greater than ourselves. To our nation, we represent the President and the Congress. To the world seeking to visit or do business with us, we are often the first Americans they meet. We will faithfully execute the duties and responsibilities entrusted to us, and we will maintain the highest ethical and professional standards. Regarding vigilance, we will relentlessly identify and deter threats that pose a danger to the safety of the American people. As a department, we will be constantly on guard against threats, hazards, dangers that threaten our values and our way of life. Mr. Chairman, would you say that Secretary Mayorkas is living up to their own mission, stated mission, guiding principles, and core values?
I want to say that the people of the Department of Homeland Security, I just recently, have been to the border, of course, and I've been through our border, our air border, and the people are doing the very best they can. This isn't an issue of the employees of DHS. This is an issue, and if you talk to Border Patrol, Border Protection, they'll definitely tell you they're doing what the Secretary's told them to do. And
yes,
it's not what they want.
Chairman Green, I have also visited the border, and I totally agree with you. Yeah. My criticism here is specifically to the leadership of Secretary Mayorkas in his directives that I, quite frankly, don't believe live up to the mission and guiding principles and core values of what the Department of Homeland Security should be.
I agree.
I want to touch just a little bit on the work that your committee did, particularly that Secretary Mayorkas has willfully refused to comply with numerous detention requirements spelled out by the Immigration and Nationality Act, instead implementing a mass catch and release scheme. In fact, you've found, I think, 7 different violations, at least, Mr. Chairman, of the Secretary Mayorkas in violation of the Immigration and Nationality Act. Is that correct?
That is correct, 7.
And in that, certain of these requirements that he has failed to follow, they require at least 5 times that I see the statement in the law, shall be detained. Does catch and release and shall be detained, are those two things substantially similar or substantially different?
They are diametrically opposed.
So would you say the primary responsibility of the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security is to oversee the department's efforts in safeguarding the United States' national security?
Absolutely.
8 million people have been let into this country under the Biden administration since in the last 3 years. That's 1 million more people than the state of Indiana, which I represent. Is that number accurate?
That is correct.
Is it true that CBP has encountered 49 individuals on the terrorist watch list in this fiscal year alone?
Yes, 49.
Is it true that the United States Customs and Border Patrol had a record more than 300,000 encounters at the southern border of the United States in December of 2023 under Secretary Mayorkas?
302,000, yes.
Is it true that CBP has reported 1.7 million known gotaways?
I think it's at 1.8 million now.
Is it true that DHS has lost 100,000 migrant children?
Yes, it is.
Has the Department of Homeland Security, under Secretary Mayorkas' leadership, made policy decisions that may have led to the consequences that I have just described?
Absolutely. The policies are the cause.
Is it true that after multiple attempts to have Secretary Mayorkas appear before your committee, that his team responded at 4:48 a.m. on the day of the markup with a letter defending himself and his decisions?
That is correct. We attempted 4 times to get him to come, and he did not. He evaded, wouldn't answer, said no in some instances, and then at 4:48 in the morning sends us his written, I think it was 7-page letter.
Chairman Green, did Secretary Mayorkas meaningfully engage within your investigation?
No, he is continuing. I think on 40 occasions we still have outstanding. I mean, we've had to subpoena him to get some stuff, but there are multiple examples, and I believe 40 where he's just refused. They don't even answer. We send stuff over. They don't even acknowledge that they've gotten it.
Mr. Chairman, did Secretary Mayorkas comply with the laws of the United States, which his agency is bound by?
No.
With respect to his oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, has Secretary Mayorkas upheld that oath with a border open to drug cartels, criminals, human traffickers, and potential terrorists, a fentanyl epidemic destroying American communities, a record number of migrant deaths, rising human trafficking and the exploitation of minors, a public health disaster, and an annual net burden to the American taxpayer exceeding $150 billion?
I believe his oath to the Constitution is violated by his refusal to recognize the separation of powers in the Constitution, and that we write the laws, they execute them, and he has failed and actually intentionally subverted some of those laws.
Thank you, Chairman Green. Thank you for your leadership. It's certainly sad to find ourselves in this position, but cabinet-level secretaries are responsible for their actions, just as any of us are. We must hold the Secretary to account. I appreciate you doing so. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you. I appreciate both of our witnesses, particularly it was a long session, so thank you both for coming back, and the witnesses are excused.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Can I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a letter from the Department of Homeland Security to the Rules Committee regarding the resolution, and the letter reads, in part, I quote, "The effort to impeach Secretary Mayorkas represents a dramatic departure from over 2 centuries of established understanding and precedent about the meaning of the impeachment clause of the Constitution and the proper exercise of that extraordinary tool."
Without objection.
Thank you.
Now invite our panel. I think, Mr. Goldman, you're the only one here, so if you'd come forward, and we may have another person joining you. We'll see if we have some others that wanted to come.
Thank you, Mr. Justice.
Is it? Okay. I think you'll be our only witness.
All right.
Okay. Mr. Goldman, you're recognized for any amendment you care to offer or any remarks you care to make.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I do have an amendment that I believe is at the desk. May.
Certainly in order. The
Okay.
gentleman's recognized.
And essentially what this amendment does is it strikes every mention of the word scheme in the articles of impeachment. And the reason for this is there is no evidence, there is no proof of any scheme that we would understand from any variation of civil or criminal law. There has been no evidence, and I specifically asked this during the markup, of Secretary Mayorkas' intent or willfulness to disobey the law, and therefore there's certainly no evidence that there's any scheme or conspiracy of any sort to do so. I had the pleasure of listening to the last couple hours of questioning of the chairman and the ranking member, and there are a number of things that have been represented to this committee that are plainly false. First of all, there's no court that has made any ruling that determines there's no court that has definitively determined that any action by Secretary Mayorkas has been a willful or intentional violation of the law. Chairman Green and the articles reference 7 laws that have been violated. First of all, there's no court that has said that. In fact, there's a Sixth Circuit opinion that says the opposite. And what's, I think, particularly misleading is the reference to the Supreme Court case on United States versus Texas, which Chairman Green referenced and was referenced extensively in the markup as demonstrated as being reversed on standing only, and therefore the district court opinion, or rather the circuit court, Fifth Circuit opinion should therefore, the rationale should hold. I just want to read a quote from the majority opinion. It was an 8-1 decision, and it was written by Justice Kavanaugh. And he is discussing the executive branch discretion to enforce the law, and that the executive branch, especially when it comes to arrest or prosecution, has a broad discretion because, quote, 1, the executive branch invariably lacks the resources to arrest and prosecute every violator of every law, and 2, must constantly react and adjust to the ever-shifting public safety and public welfare needs of the people. This case, he goes on, illustrates the point. As the district court found, the executive branch does not possess the resources necessary to arrest or remove all of the non-citizens covered by the relevant statutes of the INA. That reality is not an anomaly. It is a constant. For the last 27 years since those laws were enacted in their current form, all 5 presidential administrations have determined that resource constraints necessitated prioritization in making immigration arrests. So, in other words, the Republican majority has set up an impossible standard that has never been met and cannot be met with the resources that the Department of Homeland Security possesses. Now, there was a lot of discussion of these guidelines that Secretary Mayorkas implemented to use his discretion, to utilize his resources in a effective, efficient, and the best way possible, because he cannot actually detain every single person who comes across the border. And when we talk about operational control, which I know Mr. Roy was dwelling on, based on the Secure Fence Act of 2006, in 2007, the Bush administration, Department of Homeland Security, issued guidelines that interpreted operational control in a manageable way that would allow the department to execute the laws faithfully without preventing every single unlawful immigrant from coming in the country, because that is, of course, an impossible standard that no Secretary of Homeland Security has ever met. So when Secretary Mayorkas talks about operational control, he is using the definition that was drafted and created and implemented by the Republican Bush administration and has been used ever since. The reason I'm going through all of this in rebutting the specific points that have been made is because this entire impeachment resolution is a fiction. It is a pure political fiction. It's not just a policy dispute, which is the best gloss on it. It's just factually incorrect. It's not even a policy dispute. Because a policy dispute is, for example, when President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas try to change the policy at the border to streamline the asylum process, to funnel people to the ports of entry, to prevent people from making that hundreds of miles trek to the border and doing it within their own country to either apply for asylum or for a visa. When they do that, Republican attorneys general file lawsuits against the administration to prevent them from implementing policy to address the border. That is what has happened over the last 3 years. So you have Republican attorneys general who are filing lawsuits to prevent Secretary Mayorkas and President Biden from effecting the policy changes that the Republicans call for all day long, to prevent them from doing so, and then you move to impeach him by saying that he hasn't enacted effective policy to address the border. It is beyond hypocrisy. It is a terrible, terrible case of bad faith. Mr. Roy said that he doesn't want a scalp because he said that if Secretary Mayorkas came out and said, let's detain everyone, let's clean up the border, he'd be happy. He'd drop the impeachment. Well, that's funny, because I'm pretty sure that Secretary Mayorkas was deeply immersed in negotiating the Senate bill with a bipartisan group of senators that does exactly that. And I don't agree with it. It goes way too far. I think it denies due process for asylum. It takes it out of the judicial system. It puts it purely within the executive branch. It requires asylum applications to be adjudicated in 6 months. There's a 3-month detention period, and then there is a 3-month alternative to detention period, but does not allow people to leave the area. They have eliminated what you all call catch and release. It is a dramatic shift in asylum law and how asylum is done, but it is exactly what Mr. Roy asked for and says that he would be happy to drop the impeachment against Secretary Mayorkas. So finally, I will just conclude by saying that the irony that this House of Representatives would abuse and demean the impeachment clause of the United States based on their own assessment of what a violation of the law is, not a court's determination. The courts have said that, in fact, you must give discretion to the executive branch, Article 2, but based on their own interpretation, no evidence of willfulness or intent. It is simply an inability to adhere to the laws that are set because of a lack of resources. And they are trying, you all on this side of the aisle, the Republicans are trying to impeach Secretary Mayorkas because he failed to address the border literally while he is negotiating necessary and essential legislation in the Senate to address the border. The irony should not be lost on anyone. It is political cynicism at its worst. It demeans the impeachment clause. There is no basis in history or the law to say that any of these allegations rise to the level of any misdemeanor or crime, much less a high crime and misdemeanor, as it was established by the framers. And yet he is even continuing to try to do exactly what you say he hasn't done. And now you're presented with a bill that does many of the things that you want, and you're still going through with impeachment. And we all know there's one reason why, and it is November 2024. And Donald Trump wants to be able to say that Joe Biden did not address the issues at the border so that he can get elected. He would rather have continued chaos at the border than to solve the problems for the American people so that he can win. And unfortunately, there are too many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle who are going along with it. And it is a sad, sad day in this body's history. Thank you.
Chair has no questions. Go to Mr. Burgess. No questions? Distinguished ranking member.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and let me thank the gentleman for being here for his amendment. I support it. I think it is appropriate to strike the word scheme as it relates to Secretary Mayorkas because it doesn't apply to him. The word scheme does apply, I think, to my Republican friends because there is a scheme here, and that is how to distract from their inaction on the border and on immigration. There is a scheme that involves them trying to find ways to finish what they could not do on January 6th, and that is to try to unravel this president's legacy and going after his cabinet. I mean, I didn't know that the bar for impeaching a cabinet member was so low. I mean, if that were the case, I would have moved to impeach every one of Donald Trump's cabinet appointees. I mean, who worked to gut our environmental laws, who gave comfort to Vladimir Putin, who undermined the rule of law, tons of conflicts of interest, contempt, for the poor in this country, working overtime to enrich those who are well connected and well off. That's the scheme here. And when I hear my colleagues say, "Oh, I regret that we're at this point. Oh, I'm so sad we're here. I take no pleasure in this." I don't believe them. I think this is exactly what they live for, and this is all they have left because there's nothing they can show for their time in the majority. The gentleman from Texas, who's not here right now, has been repeatedly quoted on the fact that this Republican majority has produced nothing. He can point to nothing. So when you have produced nothing, you try to distract. Now, the gentleman played a key role in the first impeachment of former President Trump. You saw a process that was serious. How would you compare this process to that process?
Well, without getting into the merits of the two different cases, I think there are several things that are very important to point out as significant differences. In the first impeachment of Donald Trump in 2019 for extorting the president of Ukraine to open an investigation to benefit Donald Trump's personal and political interests, not the official interests of the United States, there were 17 fact witnesses who came in and testified under oath and who essentially provided a very similar narrative as to the events that occurred. And even the Republican senators, one did vote to convict the president at that time, which was the first time that any senator had ever voted to convict a president of the same party. But even a number of the other Republican senators who voted to acquit acknowledged that the facts as elicited by the documents, the witness testimony, not by members of Congress, the actual facts and evidence, proved the case. And in that particular case, the allegation was an abuse of power for personal gain, not for the benefit of the United States of America. And there was overwhelming evidence that the reason why Donald Trump, who, by the way, Mr. Ranking Member, violated the law, he violated the Impoundment Control Act. He knowingly and willfully violated the Impoundment Control Act by refusing to provide to Ukraine security assistance and military assistance that Congress had appropriated, and it was required to be dispersed by the end of the fiscal year. That is a violation of law. So if the standard that we're going to go forward with on impeachments now is that any time you violate a law, whether you're the president or you're the cabinet secretary, if I, as a member of Congress, can stand up and say, you willfully did that, even though I don't have evidence, when asked in a markup, what is the evidence of intent or willfulness, one of my friends on the other side of the aisle said, well, it's just obvious. What else would it be, is actually what he said. But even putting that aside, his violation of the law, because he was not impeached for violating the Impoundment Control Act. He was impeached because he withheld the security assistance to benefit his own personal interest, his own political campaign. And it was clear there was no other basis for withholding that. The evidence showed, the facts showed, there was no other basis to withhold that assistance other than for his personal interest. Here, in this case, there are no allegations that Secretary Mayorkas has done anything for his personal interests. There's not a single allegation. There couldn't be. He's worked for the United States government in various capacities for 22 years as an immigrant from Cuba who has given much of his professional career to this country, dealt a horrible hand, and we can debate why and how to resolve it, which is the whole point of Congress and legislation. But he hasn't done anything for his personal interest. These allegations are based on differences of how he should be handling the situation at the border. And unfortunately, that's what elections are for. And our Republican colleagues may not like that. You may have great points. You may have great reasons. You may have great solutions. But one of them is not to impeach the person trying to implement the laws, even if he's unable to do so because we as Congress do not provide him with the resources necessary.
No, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate your being here. I just say one final thing, and that is that I find it somewhat ironic that my friends on the other side of the aisle talk about the law as they fall over themselves to endorse the former president, who a jury of his peers just held him liable to pay $83 million to a woman he defamed, who it was determined that, in fact, he raped her. So let's just, I find all this so puzzling and so ironic. But anyway, you wanted to say one other thing?
Well, even putting that aside, let's talk about what has been represented here. The allegation that Secretary Mayorkas has lied, which is part of the basis of his breach of the public trust, is that he lied about a whipping incident at a press conference. So if we are now going to set a standard for impeachment, if a political or appointed cabinet secretary, or let's say perhaps the President of the United States, lies to the public, well, I think during the last administration, we would have over 30,000 impeachments.
Yeah, well, thank you. I yield back.
You, gentleman from Pennsylvania, is recognized for questions.
I appreciate it, Mr. Chairman. Just in the fact that we're running out of time, we can go ahead and yield back. But thank you.
Gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Yeah, I just had a quick question. One of the grounds on which our colleagues from the other side of the dais have decided to impeach Mr. Mayorkas is they say he didn't come testify to Congress. And I think you've been following this pretty closely. And in fact, he has testified to Congress multiple times, but they're particularly peeved that he didn't appear before a particular committee on a date when he was already scheduled to be talking to Mexican authorities about how we could better address the crisis at the border. Do you have any knowledge of that?
Certainly. Secretary Mayorkas has testified 27 times to Congress during his 3 years as the Secretary of Homeland Security. That's more than any other cabinet secretary. The Republican majority says that he was asked 4 times to come and testify. 3 of those times preceded the passage of the impeachment resolution and preceded the initiation of an impeachment inquiry into him. After those 3 times, he did come and testify to the committee, where he was asked numerous questions about these same issues. Then he was asked 1 time to come, as the gentlelady said, on a date certain, because this investigation had to be finished within the span of 3 or 4 weeks. So it was only 1 date when, as you correctly say, he was meeting with Mexican authorities, ironically, to figure out how to address the situation at the border. And he could not change his schedule.
And in fact, as a result of that meeting, didn't he reach an agreement with the Mexican authorities, pursuant to which we saw a 75% drop in border crossings at the end of this last year?
He has been working, I think, quite significantly with the Mexican authorities. Also, another major issue which we have not addressed is the hundreds of thousands of American-made guns that have gone from the United States to the drug cartels. I find it interesting when my colleagues say that the immigration, that the open border, quote unquote, that was phase 2, open border fuels the drug cartels. Well, I think the drug cartels would say that the gun trafficking from the United States to the drug cartels actually is what fuels their authority and their control over the border. But the Secretary has implemented a specific operation to address the outflow of American-made guns. There are no guns that are made in Mexico effectively. They're all come from the United States, or at least I should say at least 70% come from the United States. So, yes, he's been working very hard with the Mexican authorities to address these issues.
And you had some engagement in impeachments under the last administration. Were there efforts made to accommodate witness schedules from the Trump administration?
Yes, repeatedly. The problem we ran into is many of the witnesses from the Trump administration just refused to abide by or obey their subpoena altogether. And I, once again, find it incredibly ironic that the chairman points out that there are 40 requests out of hundreds that the Department of Homeland Security has not responded to. The department has given tens and thousands of documents, has had hundreds of hours of meetings and briefings, has provided far more information and insight than or in the ordinary course, and that, of course, is compared to former President Trump in the first impeachment. After declaring he would defy all subpoenas, he then turned over 0 documents from his administration.
Okay, thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do not have any questions. I yield back.
Thank you. Gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, representatives, for bringing the amendment and shining a light again on the hypocrisy that we are seeing, where the effort to address the border is dead on arrival. And the Senate, even if I don't agree with the bill, the idea that we are not going to address that every attempt of actually solving this problem is rejected, and that instead we're spending all this time, as you pointed out, hundreds of hours, and for nothing. There's nothing there. There's no crime. There's no intent. And there is a man who is trying to carry out his job. And so I have no questions, but I thank you for bringing the amendment, and with that, I yield back.
I would point out to my friend, we've had a bill sitting over there for 7 months that hasn't been picked up and considered. So we know something about waiting. With that, I want to thank the witness for appearing, and you're excused. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Can I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a statement from Representative Jackson Lee on her amendment number 8 on HRES 863?
Without objection. Is there anyone else seeking to testify on H.R. 485 or House Resolution 863? Seeing none, this closes the hearing portion. The chair will be in receipt of a motion from the gentleman from Texas, Dr. Burgess.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the committee grant HRES 863, impeaching Alejandro Nicholas Mayorkas, Secretary of Homeland Security, for high crimes and misdemeanors, a closed rule. The rule provides that upon adoption of the resolution, it shall be in order without intervention of any point of order to consider HRES 863. The rule provides that the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Homeland Security, now printed in the resolution, shall be considered as adopted. The rule provides 2 hours of general debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee of Homeland Security or their respective designees. The rule provides that upon adoption of HRES 863, HRES 995 is hereby adopted, and further, that no other resolution incidental to impeachment relating to HRES 863 shall be privileged during the remainder of the 118th Congress. The rule further provides for consideration of H.R. 485, the Protecting Health Care for All Patients Act of 2023 under a structured rule. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the bill. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees. The rule provides that the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Energy and Commerce, now printed in the bill, modified by the amendment printed in Part A of the Rules Committee report, shall be considered as adopted, and the bill as amended shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against provisions of the bill as amended. The rule makes in order only those amendments printed in Part B of the Rules Committee. Each amendment shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by a proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, shall not be subject to a demand of the division of the question. The rule waives all points of order against the amendments printed in Part B of the Rules Committee report. Finally, the rule provides one motion to recommit. As there was a lot of chatter while I was reading that, do you want me to read that again?
You know, I was able to hear every word with clarity, so, and I see no objection or disagreement, so a rare moment of unanimity on the Rules Committee. I want to thank you very much. You've now heard the motions. Or any discussion or amendments to the rule?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule.
Gentleman's recognized.
I move the committee make an order amendment number 7 to HRES 863, offered by Representative Menendez, which provides details on the nature of the sources and witnesses used by the Homeland Security Committee Republicans in their investigations. Let me just take a minute here to explain this amendment. This germane substitute amendment was blocked. It was blocked from even being considered in the Homeland Security Committee. Republicans abruptly ended the markup rather than vote on it. Why? Because it exposes their sources and witnesses for what they are. Many of them are actual members of designated hate groups or have espoused disgusting, racist rhetoric. Reports released by Homeland Security Committee Republicans surrounding this so-called investigation cited the work and testimony from designated hate groups 57 times. 57 times. Republicans don't want the American people to know that they are relying on testimony from witnesses with ties to hate groups on this sham impeachment. I urge a yes vote on my motion, and I yield back my time.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
I thank the chairman, and I certainly support the amendment. And I had a question, I suppose, for the chairman. Subparagraph 5 of this resolution, or the rule rather, says, quote, provides that upon adoption of HRES 863, HRES 995 is hereby adopted, end quote. So essentially deeming HRES 995 as adopted. My understanding is that's the resolution that appoints the impeachment managers. We haven't seen that resolution. I don't know if we can get a copy of it, if that can be provided to the committee before we vote, so we know what we're voting on.
A copy will be provided to the gentleman this evening.
Could we do that, I mean, before we vote, or?
Do it as quickly as possible.
Thank you so much.
Certainly.
Thank you.
We'll wait.
Well, you could probably vote on my amendment because it has nothing to do with.
That's all right, then we'll reserve voting on
The
this
final
amendment.
passage.
If you have other, you can bring the amendment back up to discuss.
Oh, no, I have no amendment. I'm fine with
You
proceeding
just
with
wanna
voting
see
on
it?
this amendment.
Yeah,
I just,
before we vote on
before we
final
vote on the final rule,
Well,
it'd be good to
you'll
have
see
that.
it before we vote on final passage.
Great.
If we have to delay
All right.
at that point, we will.
So this is on the issue about the people who testified before Homeland Security and
Gentleman's
who
recognized.
are associated with hate groups and who have been accused of sexual abuse and a whole bunch of other stuff. And again, they were not. This amendment was blocked from being considered by House Republicans on Homeland Security. So I would urge a yes vote on my amendment.
Okay, is there any further discussion on the amendment?
So, Mr. Chairman, yes, and Ranking Member, I think part of the concern is really trying to understand where the impetus and animus with regards to this comes from. And I take it that some of this refers to the fact that there may be ties with white nationalists and other sort of positions that Americans should know where people are coming from and what they believe in and why they are stating what they're doing, so that as we look at this, we have a good understanding of the impetus behind this impeachment. Is that, that's what we're trying to get at. Is that right, Ranking Member?
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, the questions on the amendment, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
I ask for a roll call.
Roll call's been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Burgess.
Burgess votes no.
Mr. Burgess, no. Mr. Reschenthaler. No. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Ms. Fishbach. No. Ms. Fishbach, no. Mr. Massey. No. Mr. Norman. No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy. No. Mr. Roy, no. Ms. Halcyon. No. Ms. Halcyon, no. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. McGovern.
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon. Aye. Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse. Aye. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Leger-Fernandez. Aye. Ms. Leger-Fernandez, aye. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 7 nays.
Noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to. Is there additional amendments?
Yes, Mr.
Gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Yes. I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make in order amendments 2, 3, 4, and 6 to HRES 863 offered by Representative Ivey, which insert statements from constitutional scholars and former Homeland Security officials stating that the majority has not established a constitutional basis to impeach Secretary Mayorkas. Mr. Chairman, we've heard a lot of quotes tonight from government officials and nonpartisan constitutional scholars called by Democrats and Republicans alike, that what has been presented in this impeachment resolution does not come anywhere close to qualifying as an impeachable offense. And I think, that tone was set at the outset when the witness called by the Republican Party said he didn't see any impeachable offenses, Mr. Turley. Impeachment is a serious and sober undertaking, yet the sham articles presented today allege no high crimes or misdemeanors, and it cheapens our Constitution and that power. This is a political stunt with no basis. In fact, the argument for impeachment is the exact thing that the framers did not think impeachment should be used for, and that's policy disagreements. So I urge a yes vote on my motion, and I yield back.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, the questions on the amendment, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Burgess.
Burgess votes no.
Mr. Burgess, no. Mr. Reschenthaler. No. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Ms. Fishbach. No. Ms. Fishbach, no. Mr. Massey. No. Mr. Massey, no. Mr. Norman. No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy. Mr. Roy, no. Ms. Halcyon? No. Ms. Halcyon, no. Mr. Langworthy? Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon?
Aye.
Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Aye. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Leger-Fernandez? Aye. Ms. Leger-Fernandez, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
And the noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to. There are additional amendments.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
Thank you. I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order amendment number 1 to House Resolution 863 offered by Ranking Member Thompson, which inserts statements concerning the lack of due process afforded Secretary Mayorkas during the conduct of the Homeland Security Committee's impeachment proceedings. Mr. Chairman, this sham impeachment didn't even pretend to offer Secretary Mayorkas due process rights that were afforded in every other impeachment, absent a literal insurrection attempt, which we lived through and Americans saw live on TV. The committee did not permit Secretary Mayorkas to present witnesses or cross-examine witnesses, which was provided in the only ever example of the impeachment of a cabinet secretary. There was no role for the Secretary's counsel to represent him before the committee. Secretary Mayorkas agreed to testify before the Homeland Security Committee in a January 2024 letter to Chairman Green. As we heard a bit earlier, the one day they gave Secretary Mayorkas to testify was the day he was meeting with Mexican officials, and which led to a drop in crossings immediately thereafter. They never offered another alternative. Americans know and value the importance of due process. They know and value the ability of somebody who is accused to be able to stand and confront his accusers. This was not afforded Secretary Mayorkas. The whole thing is a joke and is not being conducted with the seriousness that impeachment, a constitutional offense, deserves. I urge a yes vote on my motion, and I yield back.
Is there any further discussion of the amendment? Hearing none, the question's on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Burgess.
Burgess votes no.
Mr. Burgess, no. Mr. Reschenthaler.
No.
Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Ms. Fishbach.
No.
Ms. Fishbach, no. Mr. Massey.
No.
Mr. Massey, no. Mr. Norman.
No.
Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy.
No.
Mr. Roy, no. Ms. Houchin.
No.
Ms. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. McGovern.
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon.
Aye.
Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Leger-Fernandez.
Aye.
Ms. Leger-Fernandez, aye. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to. Are there any further amendments?
Mr. Chairman, let me thank you for sharing with us the list of managers. It's a doozy, but thank you.
You are welcome.
Oh,
The gentleman's recognized.
I know we've had fulsome debate, and so I'm not going to belabor the point here. I do think, to the point that the ranking member articulated, getting this last list of the managers that apparently House Republicans are going to send over to the United States Senate to present these articles, it is consistent with the entire way in which House Republicans have ran this sham of a process, and to appoint managers, the vast majority of whom don't serve on the Judiciary Committee, have never served on the Judiciary Committee, notwithstanding the centuries of precedent, going back to the impeachment trial of Andrew Johnson in the mid-18th century, appointing a number of individuals who aren't attorneys, who haven't prosecuted any kind of case, who have no experience that would be requisite to actually perform what is supposed to be a solemn task. And I recognize that members feel differently about it, and so that's fine. I mean, you'll vote the way you want to vote, and you'll set a new precedent now that apparently impeachment is to be debased, that we should just, on a regular basis, impeach cabinet officials and send over random groups of House Republican or House Democratic members who have an objection to a particular cabinet secretary, and that's the new way that the House of Representatives does business. It's I think, a sad day for the institution. I yield back.
Hearing no further requests or no requests for further amendments, the question's on the motion to report. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Ask for a roll call vote.
Roll call's been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Burgess.
Burgess votes aye.
Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, aye. Ms. Fischbach. Ms. Fischbach, aye. Mr. Massey. Mr. Massey, aye. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman, aye. Mr. Roy. Mr. Roy, aye. Ms. Houchin. Ms. Houchin, aye. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. McGovern.
No.
Mr. McGovern, no. Ms. Scanlon.
No.
Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Neguse.
No.
Mr. Neguse, no. Ms. Leger-Fernandez.
No.
Ms. Leger-Fernandez, no. Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, aye.
Clerk will report the total.
8 yeas, 4 nays.
And the ayes have it. The motion report's agreed to. Accordingly, Dr. Burgess will be managing this rule for the majority.
And me for the minority.
The ranking member for the minority. With that, the hearing is...
Are these both coming up back-to-back, tomorrow, these rules?
Yeah.